What if your very existence hinged on a single, blood-soaked battle that time itself twisted into legend? When the sun dipped below the horizon, it didn't just signal night, it marked the rise of a reckoning, where the fate of empires would teeter on the edge of a blade. The year was 207 BC, and the stakes? Nothing less than the soul of Rome, teetering on the precipice of annihilation, like a jester dancing above a pit of fire. Picture this, two armies, clashing in a grotesque ballet of violence, like a grotesque circus act gone horribly wrong. The scent of iron and sweat thick in the air, and the ground soaked with betrayal. Rome was the lion, fierce and roaring, but on the other side, Hannibal loomed like a master puppeteer, strings tangled in the chaos of combat. But who truly controlled the game? A general or the gods themselves? What if the whispered tales aren't just myth or history but a sinister truth lurking beneath the surface? A prophecy scrawled in the blood of long-dead warriors, echoing a warning that even the bravest dare not heed. What if the answer to Rome's salvation lay within a single, elusive artifact, one that had the power to summon the shades of the fallen to tip the scales of fate? With each heartbeat, the tension mounts, electrifying the air, crackling like the anticipation of a storm. And here it is, hidden in the shadows, waiting for the right minds to conjure it back into the light. But beware! Knowledge demands a price, and this truth bites back. History's hand grips your throat, tightening its hold as you inch closer to the abyss. A drunken bard croons tales of heroes with oversized egos, spinning laughter from the fabric of despair. Yet beneath the mirth lies a dark undercurrent. Each jest is a dagger, each chuckle a reminder of the doom that lurks at their heels. If you think you can laugh it off, think again. The fates are watching, and they delight in irony. The bold will rise, the meek will falter, but it's the cunning who will seize glory or embrace ruin. As the battle lines are drawn, the question looms, who will be the last one standing when the dust settles? Who will laugh as Rome bleeds, cradling its secrets like a mother clutching a dying child? In a world where betrayal runs as deep as the scars etched on a warrior's soul, trust is a currency as worthless as a dead man's promise. Can you hear it? The drumbeat of war, the clashing of swords, the hushed whispers of ancient spirits pulling the strings of destiny. Every decision, a knife edge. Every alliance, a treacherous dance. Step lightly, for the ground beneath might just swallow you whole. This isn't just history, it's a riddle wrapped in a blood-soaked tapestry, and you, the unwitting player, are caught in its snare. Will you risk it all to unearth the truth, or will you remain a mere shadow flitting through the annals of time? The choice, dear reader, is yours. The air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke and blood as the sun sank into the horizon, painting the sky in horrid hues of red and orange, an omen of the darkness to come. I remember the panic, the heart-pounding chaos of the battlefield. The ground shook with the weight of clashing steel, the cries of the wounded echoing, haunting, a chorus of despair that would linger long after the day faded into night. I stood there, paralyzed by fear and yet driven by an urgency that gnawed at my insides, torn between the safety of the shadows and the cries of those who fought in the open, battling not just for land, but for their very souls. Hannibal Barca, a name that trembles on the lips of men like a ghost in the night. Legendary, feared, revered. I could almost see him, even now, the glint of determination in his eyes, the tight grip on his sword. Every moment of his life was a step toward vengeance, a step toward Rome. He was no mere general, he was a tempest, a storm brewing across the Mediterranean, a man whose heart beat with the revenge of a father lost, the memory of a homeland scorched. I remember the stories of his childhood, tales whispered in the dim light of flickering flames, of oaths sworn in blood, of a burning desire for retribution. And what drove him? An undying loyalty to Carthage, a city that had nurtured him but was now riddled with corruption and decay, a city that had betrayed him, her heart wrapped in gold yet hollow within. Then there was Scipio, the Roman, a man who wore ambition like a cloak, shimmering and heavy. His youth was a battlefield of its own, filled with the pangs of expectation, the pressure of legacy. I remember how he would sit, restless, staring at the stars, contemplating the weight of his name. He felt it, a shadow creeping over him, a whisper that spoke of greatness and doom intertwined. A soldier, yes, but also a dreamer, caught between the fierce loyalty to his nation and the fear of becoming the monster he fought against, a ruler whose thirst for power might eclipse his compassion. His heart ached with the knowledge that, like Hannibal, he was bound to a fate larger than himself, a fate that would force him to make choices soaked in blood. On that battlefield, the tension was palpable, a taut string ready to snap. I could feel the pulse of destiny throbbing in my ears. It was more than a war, it was a reckoning, a clash of titans that would rip the fabric of humanity. As soldiers fell, their bodies crumpling to the ground like broken dolls, I remembered the weight of loss, each life extinguished, a family shattered, futures erased. There was no glory here, only the raw, grinding reality of survival, the desperate fight against the encroaching darkness. Through the chaos, I caught glimpses of men, young, vibrant, their faces smeared with dirt and fear. I remember their eyes, wide and desperate, reflecting the flickering flames of their hopes, now reduced to ash. They rushed into battle, driven by loyalty, by honor, by the chaos of youth, unaware that in their pursuit of bravery lay the seeds of their own destruction. Every clash of swords was a prayer, every fall a reminder that life was fragile, that death awaited just beyond the horizon, cloaked in shadows and silence. As the sun dipped lower, shadows stretched across the battlefield, and the temperature dropped as if the earth itself sensed the impending doom. I remember the quiet moments too, the lull before the storm, the chilling silence that settled over the land after the initial clamor. It was here, in these hushed moments, that the ghosts of the past whispered, warning of betrayal, of friendships turned to ashes. The memories of the First Punic War loomed large, fresh wounds that were still festering. Rome had tasted victory, but the Carthaginians had simmered, their revenge waiting to boil over, fueled by the weight of humiliation and loss. In the distance, I could see Hannibal, his silhouette framed against the dying light, a statue of resolve amidst the chaos. I could almost hear his voice, low and steady, addressing his weary men, igniting their spirits with tales of glory yet to come. We rise from the ashes of our past, he would proclaim, and in doing so, we forge our destiny. But within him lay a tempest, an unshakable doubt that clawed at his heart. He bore the burdens of those who had fallen, each life a weight that pulled him deeper into the abyss. The faces of his brothers, comrades lost in the flames of war, haunted his every step, their specters demanding justice, vengeance. And Scipio, too, stood cloaked in fear of failure, of a legacy tarnished by defeat. He felt the weight of Rome on his shoulders, the cries of his people echoing in his mind, desperate for a savior. He would stare into the distance, into the horizon where the sun kissed the sea, and wonder if he was the hero they believed him to be or merely another pawn in a game of gods. I remember the moments when he would look at the stars, seeking answers in the vastness, yearning for a sign that would guide him through the storm. The clock was ticking, the sands of time slipping through fingers, each grain a reminder that the fateful clash was inevitable. And amidst the dread, I felt the stirrings of something greater, a sense that this conflict would shape not just nations, but the very fabric of humanity itself. But as the drums of war began their relentless beat, a thought clawed at my consciousness, a whisper that promised darkness ahead. This was not merely a battle, it was the crucible in which legends would be forged and broken. The battle lines were drawn, but the true war lay in the hearts of men. And as the sun surrendered to the night, an eerie stillness fell, pregnant with potential and dread, a harbinger of the chaos yet to unfold. I stood on the brink of something monumental, the air electric with anticipation, but the outcome was shrouded in a veil of uncertainty, a reflection of the turmoil within each soul destined to fight. And in that heavy silence, I knew the Second Punic War was about to begin. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a portent of the storm brewing not only in the skies but in the hearts of men. Not a mere tempest of nature, but a furious clash of empires, an impending echo of death and glory that would shatter the world. I stood at the precipice of war, the air thick with dread, and the stench of sweat and iron curled around me like a lover's embrace. I remember the first time I felt it, the electric pulse of fear, the unquenchable thirst for power that can drown even the noblest of souls. I could see him, Hannibal Barca, a colossus draped in shadows, his eyes like hollowed moons, glistening with a fervor that burned brighter than the fires of his ambition. The legions of Rome may have been vast, but here was a man who had crossed the Alps with elephants and an army forged from the earth itself. I remember the way he stood, unwavering, a statue amidst a storm, every muscle taut with the weight of history, every heartbeat a reminder of the family name that pushed him into the abyss of conflict. "I am not just a soldier," he would whisper to the ghosts of his fallen brothers. "I am the ghost of Carthage, and I will rise." Across the horizon, against the orange glow of dying light, I saw the banners of Rome unfurl like hungry tongues, eager to taste the blood of their enemies. Scipio Africanus, a name that would echo through ages like the reverberation of a drum, stood resolute. He was the pride of Rome, a man molded by the flames of ambition and duty, yet haunted by the choices he had made. He could already hear the whispers, "What if?" Each one a dagger plunging deep into his heart, reminding him of his own fragility. "I will not fail my city," he promised the silent sky, but I saw the fear flickering in his eyes, a flame threatening to extinguish under the weight of expectation. I remember the night before the clash, when both men lay in their tents, tossing in restless sleep, the weight of fate pressing against their chests like a steel breastplate. In the darkness, Hannibal's mind reverberated with memories of his father, an echo of a past so rich yet so fraught with grief. "You taught me to lead, to conquer," he would murmur into the empty void, the ghosts clinging to him like shadows. His heart was a battleground, torn between love for his homeland and the relentless pursuit of vengeance against the Roman beasts who had taken everything from him. Scipio, too, wrestled with demons. He thought of his family, of the faces of innocent Romans who believed in him, who looked to him for salvation. He carried their hopes like a shroud, suffocating yet familiar, making it hard to breathe. "I am flesh and blood, not a god," he thought bitterly, the weight of the universe pressing against his shoulders. "What if I fail? What if I am the reason they all fall?" Each breath was a prayer, a desperate plea to the gods above, and in the dark, he felt their silence, a chilling reminder that even divine favor could be fickle. Then the dawn broke, a cruel reminder of the inevitable, and with it came the cacophony of clashing swords, the piercing cries of warriors, and the relentless thud of footsteps on blood-soaked earth. The battlefield was alive, an orchestra of chaos. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through me, mingling with fear, as they charged at each other like titans. The sun cast long shadows, and I marveled at the irony of it all. The very light that illuminated their faces also called forth their demise. Hannibal, the lion-hearted, roared as he led his men into the fray, his voice a thunderclap that resonated deep within the souls of those who followed him. They fought for their homeland, for the blood that ran thick beneath their skin, and I could see the fire in their eyes, a burning desire to be remembered, to etch their names into eternity. I remember the moment he struck down a Roman soldier, the visceral, raw moment where life ceased, and in that heartbeat, history pivoted. The air became electric with the clash of steel and the cries of the dying, each sound an ode to ambition turned to ash. Scipio fought with a ferocity that could ignite stars, but doubt gnawed at the edges of his mind. Each blow he struck was a testament to his resolve, yet behind every swing, there was a flicker of uncertainty. "What if this is my last?" he thought as he sidestepped a wild thrust. The battlefield became a living nightmare, and as he plunged his sword into the chest of another man, he felt the life drained from him, not just the soldiers, but part of his own soul. He was a killer, and he would forever wear that scar, a mark of his own humanity lost amidst the chaos. And as the dust settled, when the sun dipped low and the world turned crimson, victory would be a bitter pill for one and a joyful hymn for another. But in that moment, I stood between them, not as a mere observer, but as an embodiment of the stories entwined in their fates. I felt the weight of their choices, the burden of their legacies. I remember how the air crackled, the universe holding its breath, as both men looked into the abyss of war, knowing that nothing would ever be the same. Their hearts drummed a symphony of conflict, each thud echoing through the ages, and I knew this was merely a prologue to a saga that would ripple across time. The very essence of what it meant to be human hung in the balance: love, loss, ambition, and dread. The battlefield was not just a ground for their armies, it was the crucible of their souls, a stage where the fiercest battles were fought not only against each other but within themselves. As the shadows lengthened and the sun's last rays flickered, I understood. This was not merely the end of a confrontation, but the continuation of an eternal struggle, an endless loop of desire, fear, and destiny. The war was far from over, and neither was the story of Hannibal or Scipio. It would linger, whispering through the corridors of time, waiting for the moment to erupt once more into life. The night was thick with the kind of stillness that wraps around you like a shroud, and there, by the twisted banks of the Metaurus River, the air trembled with an unspoken dread. I stood on that muddy shore, heart pounding, each beat echoing in the silence, each breath laced with damp autumn chill, the weight of 1,000 unsaid words pulling me under. Shadows danced across the water, memories tangled in their depths, lost dreams, whispered fears, and the ghosts of choices made too late. Through the haze of night, I saw Clara, her silhouette stark against the silvered water. She was staring into the abyss, where the river met the horizon. I could almost hear the whispers of the past threading through the air, a history woven into the landscape, heavy with battles fought and lives lost. She was always drawn to this place, a siren call that seemed to resonate deep within her soul. Her eyes, usually bright with fervor, now reflected torment, glistening like the water, turbulent and dark. I remembered her laughter, the way it used to fill the void between us, but tonight, it felt like a distant echo, swallowed whole by the silence. "Why do you come here, Clara?" I asked, my voice cracking, shattering the stillness. She turned, her expression a storm of longing and regret. "It's where everything began," she whispered, her breath visible in the cold air like smoke from a dying fire. "And maybe where it will end." A shiver ran down my spine at her words, a premonition hanging heavy between us. She was not the only one haunted by the Metaurus. I could feel its history clawing at my insides, an insatiable hunger that demanded to be acknowledged. Each ripple in the water felt like a heartbeat, each gust of wind a fleeting memory. Together, we stood at the edge of destiny, caught in the gravitational pull of our past. And then there was Marco, a figure emerging from the shadows, fissures of pain chiseled into his features. He had always been the protector, the one who wore his heart on his sleeve, but tonight, the weight of the world hung on his shoulders like a chainmail shirt, rusted, heavy, unyielding. "You shouldn't be here," he barked, his voice rough like gravel. "This place, it's cursed." I didn't believe in curses. I believed in choices, in the ripples they caused. But I saw it then, the fear reflected in his eyes, a dread so profound it sent chills racing through me. The Metaurus was a witness to our lives, our mistakes. It had seen the betrayals, the love letters burning in the fire, the screams swallowed by the darkness. It was a silent accomplice to our grief. "Cursed?" Clara scoffed, but her bravado was a thin veil. "It's just a river, Marco. Just water." "Just water," he shot back, the desperation in his voice rising. "Just water doesn't drown people. Just water doesn't turn dreams into nightmares." He stepped closer, fists clenched, the moonlight catching the glint of his eyes, fierce, alive, yet dimmed by an aching truth. "We're here because we can't escape what we've done." Ah, there it was, the heart of it, the pulsing vein that connected us all. We stood at the precipice of our choices, the Metaurus winding behind us like a serpentine memory. The water lapped at the banks, a slow, rhythmic pulse that matched the quickening beats of our hearts. I could feel the tension coil around us, thick and suffocating, the air electric with unacknowledged fears. "Do you remember the stories?" Clara's voice broke through the mounting storm, her eyes locked onto mine, searching. "The ones our parents told us about the river? How it would take what you offered, but give nothing back?" I nodded, the weight of those tales pressing down on me. I remembered the promises whispered in the dark, the way the stories wrapped around us like a warm embrace, shielding us from the harshness of the world. But those tales felt like a cruel joke now, each memory tainted with the realization that the river wasn't just a backdrop, it was a living entity, hungry and unforgiving. "Maybe that's why we're here," Marco said, the bitterness in his voice raw. "To give what we owe." Tension surged like a wave, crashing over us, and for a moment, I caught a glimpse of something darker lurking beneath the surface, an abyss that threatened to pull us under. As the night deepened, Clara's voice trembled, she was unraveling, her strength fading. "I can't keep running from this. From you. From him." Her gaze flicked to Marco, a spark of something unspoken igniting between them. I felt like an intruder, a ghost haunting the remnants of a once vibrant connection now frayed and fragile. The river whispered her secrets, and I could almost hear the echoes of our shared history, the laughter and tears merging into one fading melody. Then came the silence, heavy and suffocating, wrapping around us like fog, shrouding the truth in its embrace. The moon hung low, casting an ethereal glow over the Metaurus, illuminating the choices we had made, the paths we had taken. It was as if time stood still, and in that frozen moment, I understood, this river was our confession, a mirror reflecting our souls. Maybe it's not just about what we've done, I finally said, my voice steady, cutting through the tension. Maybe it's about what we still can do. But as I spoke, I saw the shadows flicker across Clara's face, the fear creeping back in, clawing at her resolve. What if we can't? She whispered, a haunting plea that sliced through the night. The river rolled on, indifferent to our struggles, yet somehow a witness to our reckoning. I closed my eyes and felt the cool breeze wrap around me, a reminder that life, like the Metaurus, was a constant flow, twisting and turning, with depths we could only begin to fathom. In that moment, I saw it all, the choices that lay ahead, the paths that diverged like tributaries feeding into the watery abyss. Nothing was certain, and yet, everything was possible. I could feel the weight of the night pressing down on me, the fear and hope intertwined like roots plunging into the earth. Clara and Marco stood at my sides, echoes of their pasts thrumming in the air, and as the moonlight glinted off the surface of the river, I knew we would face whatever came next together. There was no turning back, the Metaurus had us in its grasp, and the journey had only just begun. The sun hung low, a bleeding ember on the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the jagged peaks of the Alps. A chill raced through the air, heavy with the scent of damp earth and war. I could hear the muted whispers of soldiers, the rustle of armor, but above all, the silence of dread that settled like a dense fog. I remember the moment, every heartbeat a countdown, every breath a prayer. Hannibal was coming, and he wasn't just a man, he was a storm, a force of nature that would drown the Roman legions in their own blood. Marcus, a soldier with a heart of gold and hands stained red, paced nervously. His dark curls, wild and unkempt, framed a face that spoke of sleepless nights and dreams twisted by the weight of his own decisions. What if it's true, he murmured, the question hanging in the air like a blade, poised to drop. What if he's invincible? Fear laced his voice, raw and unfiltered. Each word clawed at me, a visceral reminder that we were not simply fighting an enemy, we were fighting our own looming despair. And there was Livia, a fierce warrior in her own right, her spirit decorated with scars and triumphs. She stood apart from the men, her jaw clenched, eyes aflame. Invincible? These are myths spun by frightened tongues, she snapped, though I could see the tremor in her hands. She was a paradox, a warrior yet a dreamer, fierce yet terrified of what dreams could turn into or nightmares that lived and breathed on battlefields. Her heart pulsed with a fire that felt both empowering and perilous, as though she balanced on the knife's edge of hope and futility. The shadow of Hannibal loomed ever larger, a phantom draping the land in dread. His campaigns were spoken of in hushed, awed tones, the man who dared to cross the mountains, who rode elephants into battle as if they were mere horses. I could almost feel the echo of his laughter, a chilling sound that reverberated through the valleys, knitting itself with the fear that gnawed at the edges of our sanity. I remember the tales, I whispered, almost to myself. The blood, the smoke, the screams. But it was more than tales. It was the memory of my own brother, lost to the clutches of war, a ghost that haunted my every thought. A sudden shout split the air, a messenger, breathless and wild-eyed, stumbling toward us. He's here. Hannibal is here. Chaos erupted, visceral and raw, a whirlwind of panic and adrenaline. I watched as men dropped their swords, their valor tossed aside like discarded rags. The very earth seemed to tremble beneath our feet, a silent witness to the impending storm. I felt Marcus's hand grip my arm. What do we do now? His eyes were wide, reflecting the fire of his anxiety. I wanted to offer comfort, but my own heart raced, each thud a reminder that there was no easy answer. Then Livia stepped forward, her resolve hardening like steel. We stand. We fight. We do not cower in the shadow of myths. Her voice rang out, powerful and fierce, and for a moment, the fear ebbed. I let her words wash over me, each syllable a balm on my ragged spirit. Yet deep down, I felt the tremors of doubt. Would standing against a titan only lead us to ruin, or could we carve our own fate from the chaos? As night fell, we stood shoulder to shoulder, the flickering torchlight casting shadows that danced like ghosts around us. The air thickened with tension, a heavy cloak woven from the threads of despair and defiance. I could see their faces, men and women, young and old, all bound together by a common thread of terror. We were united, yes, but in that unity lay an overwhelming fear of what was to come. I remember the cold steel of my sword pressed against my palm, the weight of it a reminder of the choices we had made. Then came the clash, the sound of steel on steel, the cries of the fallen, the acrid smell of blood mingling with smoke. Time twisted like a fraying tapestry, moments stretching into infinity, then collapsing into heartbeat after heartbeat. I saw Marcus fighting, the wild look in his eyes, a blend of fear and fury that made him almost unrecognizable. He swung his sword, and I knew he fought not just for survival, but for redemption, for a brother lost, for a life unspent. And Livia, oh Livia, her spirit soared amid the chaos. She became a whirlwind, a blade of vengeance cutting through the darkness, yet each strike bore the weight of her own haunting grip on mortality. I knew she fought for us, for a future that flickered like a candle in the wind, but I could see the shadows creeping closer, threatening to snuff it out. The battlefield transformed into a macabre theater, and the gods watched, amused or appalled, I couldn't tell. I found myself in the thick of it, adrenaline surging, blood splattering like dark paint on a canvas. I remembered the tales of Hannibal, the one who had turned legions into a mere footnote in history's book. But here we were, our lives weaving into the fabric of a story that felt like a fever dream, a chaotic symphony of hope and despair. As dawn broke, the fire of battle still smoldered in the hearts of those who remained. I could see the skyline painted in hues of crimson, the promise of a new day tainted by the blood of the fallen. In that haunting silence, I realized we were not just fighting Hannibal, we were fighting ourselves, our fears, our dreams, our ghosts. Nobody emerged unscathed. In the end, victory would be bittersweet, a hollow shell filled with echoes of what could have been. There would be no simple answers, no clear endings, only the engulfing shadows of a past that refused to let go. And as the sun rose higher, a burning orb of fierce determination, I felt the tension of it all, woven into the very fabric of our beings, binding us together in this surreal, haunting dance with fate. It wasn't over, not by a long shot. The specter of Hannibal loomed still, a ghost haunting our every breath, our every heartbeat, a reminder that this was only the beginning. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and sweat, the battlefield alive with the cacophony of clashing steel and desperate cries. I stood amidst it all, my heart pounding like a war drum, as shadows danced across the crimson-soaked earth. In the chaos, I saw Marcus, a soldier forged in the fires of battle, his face a mask of determination, gritting his teeth, hands gripping his gladius with a ferocity that mirrored the storm raging within him. I remember the first time I saw him, a boy with dreams bigger than his frame, now a man hardened by war's relentless embrace. Oh, the irony! A legion meant to be a bastion of strength had become a breeding ground for fear and uncertainty. The reforms that were promised, the promise of unity, of strength in numbers, felt like a cruel joke as we faced the enemy, each of us clinging to the hope that the next strike wouldn't land on us. I remember the whispers, the rumors curling through the ranks like smoke from the pyres of our fallen brothers. The structures, they are a cage, they said, their eyes wide with the terror of realization. The Legion was supposed to be our salvation, but like a serpent, it coiled tighter with every passing day. The centuries-old traditions, now twisted into something unrecognizable. For every cohort formed, another shred of humanity was lost, buried beneath layers of iron armor and relentless discipline. Each man was a cog in a grand machine, stripped of individuality, a cog that could be crushed underfoot without a second thought. I felt the weight of that truth, each heartbeat echoing in the hollow chamber of my chest. And then there was Lucius, my friend, my brother in arms, though he would never see me as such. He wore his rank like a shroud, the scars of ambition etched deeply into his skin. His eyes, once alight with camaraderie, were now cold, calculated. I saw the way he looked at Marcus, the ever-diligent soldier, and felt a pang in my chest. "You're too soft," Lucius would say, his voice laced with disdain. In this world, compassion is a weakness. Each word was a dagger, twisting deeper with every utterance, yet I understood the pain that fueled his ambition. He wanted to rise, to shatter the chains of mediocrity that shackled him to obscurity. The night before the battle, I found Marcus sitting alone, staring into the flickering flames of our campfire. His hands trembled, and I could see the ghosts of his past hovering just out of sight. "Do you think they'll remember us?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, as if afraid the shadows would steal his words away. "Do you think they'll remember the sacrifices we make?" I wanted to tell him that history favored the brave, that the tales of valor would echo through time, yet the truth was heavier than armor. "They might remember the glory," I murmured, "but they'll forget the names." The weight of our insignificance crushed down upon us like the very sky was falling. He nodded, a silent agreement forged in the fires of despair. As dawn broke, the sun hung low, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for the souls of the damned. The air was electric with anticipation, the ground trembling beneath the weight of our fears. The enemy surged forward, a tide of chaos that threatened to swallow us whole. The Legion structure, our formation, was a fortress, yet it felt like a fragile glass house, begging for a stone to shatter its illusion. I watched as Marcus charged, a lion among sheep, while Lucius barked orders like a general born on the blooded fields of war. But beneath the bravado, tension crackled, a raw wound that refused to heal. I felt the pull of a dark tide as the clash of swords rang in my ears, the taste of iron mingling with the bitter tang of sweat. Each blow, each cry, was a reminder of everything we had sacrificed for this moment, the lives we had taken, the innocence lost in the name of glory. And then, in the heart of the storm, I saw it, the moment when Lucius, driven by ambition, turned on Marcus. A single, heart-stopping instant where trust shattered like glass. "You're weak," he spat, rage igniting his eyes as he raised his sword against the very man who had stood by him. I felt the world tilt, the ground beneath my feet crumbling into an abyss of betrayal. "You'll never rise if you cling to foolish notions." Time stretched, every heartbeat echoing with the agony of choice. I stood frozen, caught in the web of their conflict. The Legion, once a sanctuary, had become a battleground of broken bonds. In that fleeting moment, as steel clashed, I felt it, the suffocating grip of despair wrapped around my throat. Would I be forced to choose? Would I become the monster I feared? And then it happened, a scream that pierced the chaos like a bolt of lightning. Marcus fell to the ground, his gladius slipping from his fingers as betrayal sank its teeth into his flesh. Oh, the horror! In that instant, I saw not just a soldier wounded but a brother lost, a dream crushed beneath ambition's heel. The man who had yearned for honor now lay broken, his light flickering like a dying flame. Lucius stood over him, but his victory was hollow, echoing through the valley like a funeral dirge. I felt the rage surge within me, a tempest waiting to break free. The Legion structure had crumbled, and with it, the very essence of what we had fought for. This was no longer a battle for glory, it was a fight for our souls. Each heartbeat thundered in my chest as I stepped forward, the echoes of our friendship screaming in the silence. I could not let this be the end. I could not let ambition consume us whole. The weight of the Legion pressed down, and I knew then, this was not merely about the battle but the very core of who we were. We were not cogs in a machine, we were men, flawed yet fiercely alive. As the tide of battle raged around us, I felt the fire ignite within my soul, a desperate spark against the suffocating darkness. This moment, this crisis, was not an end, but a beginning. The shadows danced, and I was ready to step into them, ready to reclaim the honor that had been lost. For in the heart of chaos, we would forge our own path, one that would echo through time, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit amidst the ruins of ambition. The clash of metal sang through the night, a symphony of chaos that ignited the air. The battlefield was a canvas splashed with red, shadows dancing in the flickering light of torches, giving life to the haunting cries of anguish and glory. In the heart of it all stood Aeneas, a statue of defiance against the backdrop of despair. His eyes, two burning coals, locked onto the horizon where the enemy's banners waved, a chilling reminder of the storm that had come to claim them. The weight of leadership pressed down on him like an iron cloak. Every bead of sweat that trickled down his brow was a testament to the lives he commanded, the lives he fought to protect. "I remember the first time I saw blood," Aeneas murmured, his voice a ragged whisper against the clamor. "It was warm, alive, like the pulse of a dying star. I was a boy, untested, and it filled me with a dread so profound I thought it would swallow me whole." His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, knuckles white as he drew a shaky breath. The echoes of the past haunted him, like specters lurking in the corners of his mind. Each memory was a ghost, whispering doubts, rehearsing his failures. What if I falter? What if they see me tremble? But he couldn't afford weakness, not now, not when his men looked to him, their eyes lit with hope and fear, the twin flames of war. And there, across the field, stood Hasdrubal, a figure cloaked in shadows, his sharp gaze cutting through the night like a blade. He moved with a feline grace, each step calculated, every breath a silent promise of vengeance. What is it that drives a man, he pondered, the thought curling around his mind like smoke. Is it honor? Revenge? Or perhaps, the insatiable hunger for power? The memories of his own past unfurled like dark petals, each one a reminder of betrayals and shattered alliances. He remembered the faces of those who believed in him, their faith a double-edged sword that sliced through his resolve. I am not a monster, he thought, yet the darkness that swirled within him whispered otherwise. Am I merely a puppet in this game of kings? The two leaders were bound by fate, threads woven into the tapestry of a conflict that would echo through the ages. Aeneas, with his fierce loyalty and unwavering resolve, stood against the tide of destruction, while Hasdrubal, shrouded in his own tumult, was a tempest seeking to unleash chaos upon the world. They were two sides of the same coin, each a reflection of the other's ambition and fear, a horrifying symmetry that sent shivers down the spine of time itself. As the clash intensified, Aeneas felt the weight of his choices crushing his chest like a stone. What have I done? The question echoed louder than the clashing swords. Each life lost was a bead on a rosary of regret, a prayer for redemption he desperately clung to. His heart raced, a drumbeat against the silence of his own thoughts, his men's laughter, their camaraderie, now scattered like ashes in the wind. Hold the line, he shouted, the command tearing from his throat, a desperate plea to keep them anchored amidst the storm. But what did it matter? They charged for him, and he was just a man, terrified of the destiny woven into the fabric of their fate. On the other side, Hasdrubal felt the pulse of the battlefield beneath his feet, an electric thrill surging through him. Victory is within reach, he thought, yet the shadows loomed large, thick with the ghosts of his past. Each face he had betrayed, every friend he had lost echoed in his mind like a haunting refrain. Is this truly what I want? The question clung like fog, wrapping around his thoughts, suffocating him in a haze of uncertainty. He brought his sword down with ferocity, the metal slicing through the air, a lethal extension of his will. I am Hasdrubal, he shouted, the name a war cry that ripped through the night, a declaration of defiance against the ghosts that threatened to drown him. As the two titans drew closer, the air became thick with anticipation. Aeneas could see the ghost of his own fears staring back at him in Hasdrubal's steely gaze. A man is only as strong as his will to protect, he thought, his resolve hardening like steel. But with every step, doubt seeped in like poison, whispering treachery sweeter than honey. What if I'm wrong? The voices of the past taunted him, shadows of the men who had fallen under his command. What if today was the day I lead them to their doom? The ground trembled beneath their feet as the moment of collision drew near. This is it, Aeneas thought, the heartbeat of the world thundering in his ears. This is where legends are forged or forgotten. And Hasdrubal, a tempest of fury and doubt, felt the weight of his own legacy, the spectre of his ambitions rising like smoke around him. To win is to lose everything, he mused, the gravity of his choices pressing down on him, suffocating yet exhilarating. Two men, two fates, intertwined in a dance as old as time itself, a ballet of destruction played out against the cosmic backdrop of the stars, the universe bearing witness to their struggles. In that heartbeat, in that breath, they were no longer just men, they were the embodiment of conflict, the paradox of power and vulnerability. And as they closed the distance, the world held its breath, trembling on the precipice of something magnificent, something terrifying. The air crackled with tension, an electric promise of what was to come, a moment that would ripple through history, binding them together in ways they could never fathom. And as the clash erupted between them, metal against metal, ambition against ambition, the night itself seemed to shudder, the cosmos watching as the dance of Neos and Hasdrubal spiraled into chaos. The battle raged on, not just outside, but within, as every heartbeat, every breath pulled them deeper into a conflict that would never truly end, echoing through the halls of time like a haunting melody that would never fade. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sweat and metal, mingling with the salt of the sea as the sun hung low in the sky, casting a ghostly glow across the battlefield. The sound of clashing swords echoed, a symphony of desperation and valor as soldiers fought not just for land but for their very souls. I could feel the vibration of each blow against steel in my bones, an unyielding reminder of mortality that clawed at my insides. It was here, amidst the chaos, that fate spun its intricate web, a web that intertwined the lives of 3 souls caught in the maelstrom of war. Marcus, his heart as steadfast as the shield he bore, stood at the forefront. He was a man of loyalty, forged in the fires of brotherhood, yet the weight of leadership bore down on him like 1,000 boulders. Each swing of his sword was a prayer, whispered to the ancestors who had walked these blood-soaked grounds before him. But today, in the heat of battle, a nagging doubt flickered in the back of his mind. Was it worth it? Would the glory of victory heal the wounds of loss, or would it only deepen the scars? Then there was Cassia, a healer cloaked in the chaos of war, her hands stained with the blood of enemies and allies alike. Every life she saved was a small rebellion against the encroaching darkness. She moved through the battlefield like a wraith, each gentle touch a flicker of hope in a world consumed by despair. But her heart was a tempest, torn between the love she held for Marcus and the haunting memories of those she had failed to save. Those ghosts echoed in her mind, their whispers growing louder with every pulse of the conflict. You could have done more, they taunted, an unyielding chorus that followed her like a shadow. And then there was Lucius, a strategist hidden away in the shadows. His mind raced faster than the galloping hooves of the cavalry, each thought a chess piece on the board of life and death. Yet, as he stood behind the lines, calculating and plotting, he felt the weight of their lives heavy on his conscience. Numbers and strategies were nothing against the raw, visceral reality of what transpired on the battlefield. He was a man of intellect trapped in a world governed by instinct, where his carefully laid plans could crumble with a single blow. What if they don't follow my orders? The question gnawed at him, an ever-present spectre. In this moment, time blurred, stretching and contracting like the waves crashing upon the shore. I remember the clamor of steel, the cries of men. I remember the way the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood and fire. And amid this turmoil, a choice loomed, a decision that would change everything. As the battle raged, I found myself lost in the eyes of Cassia, her face illuminated by the dying light. "You can't save them all, Cassia," I wanted to shout, but the words lodged in my throat like a stone. "But I have to try," she whispered back, though her voice trembled, betraying her uncertainty. I could see it, the flicker of doubt that danced behind her fierce resolve. I wanted to reach out, to hold her close and shield her from the pain she inflicted upon herself. But war had no mercy, and I was but a bystander in her struggle. Marcus, too, felt the chasm of uncertainty. He had always been the rock, the unwavering support for those around him. But standing there, sword in hand, he wrestled with the truth. What if he led his men to slaughter? What if one reckless charge cost him the very lives he sought to protect? I remember the laughter around the fire. I could hear him think, memories of simpler times washing over him like a balm. But laughter had no place on this blood-soaked field, and as the clash of swords continued, the laughter faded into a haunting echo. Lucius, with each passing moment, felt the weight of his decisions crushing him. The maps and scrolls that had once been his refuge now felt like shackles, binding him to a fate he couldn't control. Every move he made was a gamble played with lives, and the stakes had never been higher. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, desperate for clarity. What if the stars aligned in their favor, he pondered, feeling the enormity of the universe pressing down on him. He could feel it, that sense of dread that comes when the fates conspire against you. And as the final battle cry rang out, I felt a surge of emotion, a swell of chaos that threatened to overtake my senses. The three of them converged, a tempest of fear, love, and desperation. Marcus charging forward, fueled by the fire of his convictions, Cassia, torn between duty and the need to protect, Lucius, desperate to turn the tide of fate with a mere flick of his wrist. In that moment, it was clear, the Metaurus was not merely a river, it was a symbol of their struggles, a life-giving force that could just as easily become a grave. The realization crashed over me, visceral and undeniable. Each choice they made rippled through the fabric of time, altering destinies with every heartbeat. The battlefield transformed beneath their feet, shadows dancing in the fading light, urging them to confront their deepest fears. I remember the silence before the storm, a chilling calm that wrapped around them, a harbinger of what was to come. The wind whispered secrets, carrying echoes of ancient voices that warned of the cost of war. And as they stood on the precipice, the horizon stretched before them, a canvas painted in shades of hope and despair. The Metaurus awaited, its waters reflecting the turmoil of their souls. There was no turning back now, no way to escape the reality of their choices. The past loomed behind them, a haunting reminder of all they had lost, while the future lay uncertain, a tapestry woven with the threads of their courage and fear. In that heart-stopping moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they were not just warriors, they were men and women grappling with the essence of what it meant to fight for something greater than themselves. Time held its breath, a fragile pause before the inevitable tempest. And in the midst of the chaos, a single thought pierced through the noise. This is just the beginning. The weight of it settled over them like a shroud, an inescapable truth that bound their fates together, deeper than the very earth they stood upon. The battle was no longer just a clash of swords, it was a reckoning, a test of their spirits, a challenge to their very souls. In the dimming light, they knew the Metaurus would forever mark their lives. It would become a ghost, a haunting reminder of what they had fought for, and what they had yet to confront. The echoes of destiny whispered around them, and somewhere in the shadows, the cosmos watched, holding its breath, waiting for the next wave to crash upon the shore. The sun hung low, bleeding into the horizon like a wound, casting long shadows over the parched earth. I remember the way the air felt heavy, thick with the scent of sweat and dust, a perfume of despair that clung to every soldier in Hasdrubal's army. Each breath was a battle, each heartbeat a reminder of what lay ahead, fury, blood, and the gnawing spectre of death. The silence before the storm was oppressive, a crushing weight that made my chest tighten, as if the very universe held its breath. "Keep your eyes sharp," barked Emilius, his voice a whip cracking through the tension. He stood there, a figure of raw determination, his face etched with both the youth of hope and the weariness of too many nights spent awake, haunted by the cries of the fallen. I could see the flicker of fear in his eyes, a fear that gnawed at him, wrestled with him in the dark moments when the world felt too heavy. I knew it well, it was the same fear that clenched at my own gut, twisting and turning like a serpent. "Do you think we'll see the city soon?" whispered Livia beside me, her voice soft as a prayer. Her hands trembled, the leather of her armor barely containing the strength she barely believed she possessed. Yet, in those trembling hands, I saw the fire of a warrior, a woman who had fought hard to cover space in a world that often forgot her. She shifted her weight, glancing toward the distant hills, where the sun began its descent, and shadows danced like specters beckoning us closer. I wanted to hold her gaze, to assure her that we would prevail, but I felt the weight of my own silence suffocating me. I remember the stories we shared, around flickering fires during moments of respite, tales of glory, of cities burning bright with the promise of victory. But they felt hollow now, echoes of a past that seemed forever out of reach. Each whispered promise of triumph was a ghost, haunting our footsteps as we trudged onward, ever closer to the inevitable clash of steel and flesh. "Livia, listen," I said, my voice trembling despite my efforts to sound steady. "We've made it this far. They might outnumber us, but my words trailed off, swallowed by the oppressive silence. How could I convince her, or myself, that we stood a chance against the tide of despair washing over us? "Hope is a cruel mistress," she replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "But it's the only thing that keeps us moving." And in that moment, I felt a connection pulse between us, a fragile thread woven from shared fear and longing. It was both invigorating and terrifying, like the first drop of rain before a storm. The ground tremored beneath us as a distant rumble echoed through the hills. It was the sound of war drums, a heartbeat of a beast stirring to life. I could feel the very marrow in my bones vibrate with dread. My heart raced, syncing with the drums, each steady thump a countdown, a promise of chaos to come. I glanced at Emilius, who stood frozen, eyes narrowing as if trying to decipher a riddle only the gods understood. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice a low growl, steady despite the uncertainty clawing at him. It was a question that lingered, suspended in the air like smoke, wrapping around us, tightening until I could hardly breathe. Ready. I replayed the word in my mind, tasting the bitterness of it. Ready to fight? Ready to bleed? Ready to die? The truth was, I wasn't sure. But I was here, and that counted for something, didn't it? The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of smoke, a promise of what awaited us. I watched as soldiers moved like shadows, faces set in grim determination, their brows furrowed with the weight of their own fears. Each figure blurred together, an indistinct mass of despair and courage, caught in the relentless machinery of fate. And then, in an ephemeral heartbeat, everything changed. The first shout rang out, a piercing cry that sliced through the air, igniting a fire within our ranks. I felt the exhilaration surge through me, a wild, reckless abandon, as if the universe had conspired to break the chains of fear binding us. Onward! Emilius shouted, and I found myself swept up in the tide of his conviction. I ran, not knowing if it was toward glory or the abyss, but I ran, propelled by the spirits of those who had fought before us, by the fragmented dreams we shared. The clash of steel met my ears, a symphony of chaos that reverberated through my very soul. Each shout, each cry of pain, each gasp of breath was a note in a dark, beautiful melody. I could feel my heart pounding, syncopating with the violence erupting around me. We were alive, and that was a gift, a burden, a curse. But amidst the frenzy, I caught a glimpse of Livia, her sword glinting as she fought the shadows, defiant and fierce against the encroaching darkness. A surge of admiration washed over me. This woman, this warrior, was more alive than I had ever seen. And yet, as the chaos closed in, I felt a flicker of doubt. Would she survive this? Would we all survive? In that moment, time fragmented, memories swirling like the dust around us, dreams of laughter, of warmth, of moments fading into shadows. I remember the stories, the laughter over campfires, the warmth of camaraderie, all of it woven into this tapestry of battle, fraying at the edges. And then I heard it, a scream that pierced through the cacophony, a sound that sent chills racing down my spine. It was Livia's voice, raw and filled with agony. Time froze. My heart stopped. The world narrowed to the point of that scream. I turned, desperation clawing at my throat. Livia! I cried, but the din swallowed my voice, rendering my call a whisper lost in the storm. Fear seized me, a cold hand around my throat, paralyzing me. I stood at the precipice of despair, teetering on the edge of uncertainty. But as the shadows loomed closer, I remembered, this was more than a battle. It was a reckoning, a testament to everything we had fought for. I pushed through the throng, each step a battle against the tide of panic. And then, there she was, blooded but standing, fierce and unyielding. Our eyes locked, a fleeting moment suspended in time, a promise whispered in the chaos. Together, we would face the abyss, or together, we would fall into the dark. The world around us spun, the ground trembling beneath our feet. The night deepened, wrapping us in a shroud of uncertainty. A storm was brewing, and we were the eye of it, caught in a moment that would define us. I remember the horizon fading into darkness, the drums growing louder, echoing the heartbeat of a world on the brink. There was no turning back. We were here, we were alive, and as the shadows closed in, we would fight. The moon hung low over the city, a silver coin tossed into a deep well of shadows. Its light barely touched the cobblestones of Rome, where whispers danced like trapped fireflies in the thick, humid air. I felt it in my bones, this tension, this pulse that thrummed like a war drum beneath my skin. My heart raced, pounding against the confines of my chest as I crouched behind a crumbling wall, the stone rough against my palms. The night was alive with the weight of secrets, and I was but a ghost, drifting through a world that thrived on shadows. I remember the stench of sweat mingling with the fragrant aroma of rosemary and garlic wafting from a nearby tavern. I remember how the laughter of soldiers spilled into the night, bright and jarring, contrasting sharply with the unease curling around my spine. They were oblivious, those men, sword in hand, bravado on display, lost in their cups. They didn't know that somewhere in the dark, danger lurked like a predator, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Marcus had always said that knowledge was power, and that night, I could feel the truth of his words like a knife against my throat. He was a spy, the kind of man who wore shadows like a second skin, his eyes always glinting with something sharp, wise, and terrible. I was drawn to him, not just for his bravery, but for the vulnerability he tucked away beneath layers of bravado, as if fear was a strange creature he couldn't quite tame. Juliana, he had whispered earlier, his voice low and urgent, they're planning something. Something big. I could still see the way his fingers trembled slightly as he drew symbols in the dust of the tavern floor, maps of plots and betrayals, secrets hidden in plain sight. I knew the risks, knew the dangers that accompanied knowledge. Yet, I craved it. I craved the rush of adrenaline, the thrill of being on the edge of something monumental. We were supposed to meet Octavia, a woman with a heart full of fire and a mind sharper than the dagger she concealed beneath her skirts. She was the lifeblood of our operation, the one who navigated the treacherous waters of Rome's elite, securing information like a thief in the night. But now, she was late. The seconds felt like hours, each tick of my heart echoing in the silence, eroding my patience. What had happened? Had she been caught? The thought clawed at me, an animal scratching to escape. Then there was a sound, a soft scuffle, barely a breath of noise. I held my breath, a prayer forming in the back of my mind as I peered into the darkness. A figure emerged, cloaked in shadows, moving like a wraith. I wanted to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. In that moment, I was nothing but a spectator, suspended between fear and hope. It was Octavia, her face pale as the moon above. The weight on her shoulders seemed to bend her, the fire in her eyes dimmed by the burden of what she carried. They know, she gasped, the words tumbling out like shards of glass. They're coming for us. A chill wrapped itself around me, coiling tighter than a serpent. Fear pulsed through me, hot and visceral. The clock was ticking, each second a reminder that we were no longer just players in this deadly game. We were the hunted. My thoughts raced, each one a desperate plea to understand the depths of our peril. What had we uncovered that could turn allies into enemies? What secrets had we unearthed from the soil of betrayal? Marcus gripped my shoulder, his touch grounding me even as the world spiraled into chaos. We need to move, he said. His voice was steady, but his eyes betrayed him, each flicker of uncertainty mirrored in mine. I could see the ghosts of past missions haunting him. The faces of those who had danced with danger and lost. I knew he was fighting his own demons, battling the specters of guilt and doubt that threatened to consume him. As we slipped through the shadows, weaving in and out of alleyways, the weight of our mission pressed down like a lead cloak. The air was thick with danger, each breath a struggle against the paranoia creeping into my mind. Were we being followed? Were the soldiers laughing in the tavern now searching for us with bloodlust in their hearts? With every heartbeat, the fear twisted inside me, an unrelenting coil that threatened to crush the very essence of my being. I could taste the bitterness of betrayal on my tongue, and I knew I was no innocent lamb in this game of wolves. I had sought the darkness, had craved the danger. This was our world, a landscape painted in shades of grey, where every ally could easily become a foe. And then we stopped. The crossroads loomed like a gaping maw, beckoning us toward an uncertain fate. I could see it in Marcus's eyes, the flicker of resolve tempered by fear. Octavia's breath hitched beside me, a sharp intake that sliced through the silence. We were standing on the precipice, one foot in the shadows and the other in the light, and the choice lay heavy in the air. "Trust me," I whispered, the words slipping out before I could think. My heart raced, pounding in time with the urgency of the moment. We were bound together by our choices, our fears, our shared pursuit of truth. But the truth was a double-edged sword, sharp enough to cut and leave scars that could never heal. Behind us, footsteps echoed, heavy, deliberate. The hunters were closing in. My mind swirled with the weight of our choices, the weight of the truths we had yet to uncover. As the darkness pressed around us, I felt the pulse of the city thrumming beneath my feet, a living thing that thrived on secrets and whispered lies. In the heart of Rome, where shadows danced and secrets lurked, we stood together, a trio of flawed souls entangled in a web of intrigue. Fear thrummed in my veins, but so did resolve. In that moment, beneath the moon's watchful gaze, I understood our fight was not just for survival, it was a battle for the very soul of the empire we loved. And as the footsteps drew closer, I steeled myself against the impending storm, knowing that whatever lay ahead would either forge us into heroes or shatter us into fragments, lost forever in the swirling tides of time. The air hung heavy, thick and electric, like the moment before a storm, where every heartbeat felt like a countdown. I stood there, my chest tight with anticipation, as shadows danced in the flickering torchlight. The silence was broken only by the distant clang of armor, the restless shuffle of feet, and the low murmur of anxious whispers. Here, in the heart of Rome, beneath the looming shadows of ancient pillars, men gathered not just to fight, but to confront their own demons. Marcus, a soldier with deep lines etched into his sun-kissed skin, stood apart from the throng. I could see it in his eyes, the mixture of fear and exhaustion, a reflection of battles lost and won, of brothers fallen. He clutched his spear tightly, knuckles white, as if it were the only thing tethering him to sanity. I remember every face, he confessed to the night, voice low, almost broken. Every scream. Every last breath. Memories haunted him like restless ghosts, and the weight of their loss pressed upon him like a suffocating shroud. He was a man carved from sorrow, yet in moments of stillness, there flickered a stubborn flame of hope. Beside him stood Alizia, fierce and unwavering, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall of shadows down her back. The pulse of the assembly thrummed through her, igniting a fire she couldn't contain. She had not signed up for this, no, she had willingly thrown herself into the chaos, determined to carve a path through the madness, but the cost was steep. This isn't just a battle, Marcus, she breathed, her voice fierce enough to silence the encroaching doubt. It's our lives. Our stories. And there it was, a spark of defiance in the storm of despair. Her heart beat wildly against her ribcage, thumping a rhythm of courage that dared to challenge fate itself. Outside, the moon hung like a ghostly eye in the sky, watching over us all. It was a reminder of time, a relentless spectre ticking away the seconds, the hours. How long can we stand here? Someone murmured, and the question echoed like a prayer, a desperate plea for strength. The tension pooled around us, thick and suffocating, as if the very air conspired against our resolve. Suddenly, the clang of metal rang out, cutting through the air, a signal, a trigger, a call to arms. The assembly erupted, soldiers moving like a swarm of bees, each one driven by a primal instinct, a hunger for survival. I felt the surge, the adrenaline quickening my pulse, and just like that, I was swept into the tide. I lost sight of Marcus, of Alizia, yet their spirits remained tethered to me. Their struggles, their fears, woven into the fabric of this moment, echoed in my mind like an unending refrain. Remember what we fight for. Alizia shouted, her voice rising above the chaos, a beacon in the darkness. Remember who we are. I could see her now, standing tall, a warrior made of steel and fire, refusing to bend or break. The shadows of doubt crept in, whispering lies of defeat, but they couldn't reach her. She was a force of nature, unyielding, a storm ready to shake the foundations of the world. I caught a glimpse of Marcus again, his face a mask of fierce determination, and I knew he felt it too, the flicker of something greater. He was not just fighting for his life, he was fighting for the memory of those he had loved and lost, for the brothers who had fallen beside him. I'll carry their weight, he murmured to himself, a mantra against the encroaching darkness. I will not let them be forgotten. Each word was a prayer, a vow, a promise carved into the very marrow of his being. The assembly felt like a tapestry of souls converging, each thread vibrant with hope, fear, anger, and the raw energy of survival. We were all bound together, strangers and comrades alike, a motley crew of hearts beating as one, a heartbeat that reverberated through the ages, resonating with the very essence of humanity. The ground shook beneath our feet, and in that moment, we were not just soldiers, we were legends in the making. The past whispered to us in the rustle of leaves, the sigh of the wind. We were woven into the fabric of time, a continuum of struggle and triumph. We fight not just for today, Alizia roared, her voice cutting through the din, but for every tomorrow that might come. And then the first clash rang out, a thunderous, bone-rattling sound that sent a jolt of electric fear coursing through me. I couldn't breathe. I didn't want to breathe. The world narrowed to a single point, steel meeting steel, the shrieks of the wounded, the cries of the fallen. But amidst the chaos, there was life. Life crackling like fire, wild and unpredictable. I remember the taste of blood, metallic and sharp, on the edge of my tongue. I remember the frantic rhythm of my heart, pounding out a desperate song of survival. And in the heart of that maelstrom, Marcus, resolute and fierce, fought like a man possessed, a gladiator in his own right. I saw him falter, just for a moment, and a part of me screamed. Not now, not here. And then there was Alizia, her figure cutting through the throngs of chaos, a whirl of defiance, striking like lightning against the darkness. She dodged and weaved, her movements harmonious and fierce, a dance between chaos and grace. In her eyes, I saw a glimmer of what we could be, our world reborn in the ashes of despair. Time stretched and twisted, a cruel mistress taunting us with ephemeral moments of clarity. We were alive, and in that pulsing, chaotic reality, we were more than flesh and blood, we were memories unchained, dreams woven into the fabric of the universe. And then, just when hope flickered like a dying ember, we caught a glimpse of the dawn breaking on the horizon, a sliver of golden light cutting through the darkness, promising that even in the deepest night, the sun would rise again. But the battle was not yet done. The ghosts of our past still lingered, shadows clawing at our heels, as we pressed forward into the unknown. The story was far from over, it was merely the beginning. The watchful eyes of the moon hung heavy over Rome, bathing the cobblestones in hues of silver and shadow. I stood in the heart of the city, my heart a drum echoing the anxiety swirling in the night air. It was thick, palpable, as if even the whispers of the wind held the weight of the world. The streets were alive with the tension of 1,000 unsaid words, vibrating like the strings of a lyre, anticipating the inevitable clash that would shake our very foundations. Marcus, my friend, and sometimes foe, moved through the crowd with a purpose carved in desperation. His face, gaunt and drawn, spoke of sleepless nights spent in the grip of mounting dread. I could see it in the way his hands trembled, the flicker of madness pushing against his calculated facade. He had become a shadow of his former self, a man caught between the jagged edges of loyalty and betrayal. "How did we come to this?" he muttered, almost to himself, his voice barely audible over the murmur of a city bracing for war. His question hung in the air like a spectre, haunting me. I remember the laughter we shared over cups of wine, the foolish dreams we spun under the warm sun. Now, all of that felt like a cruel joke. The Senate, that ancient bastion of power, was a cauldron of ambition and deceit. Senators jockeyed for position, plotting like roguish conspirators in a play, their eyes glinting with hope, greed, and unspeakable fear. They spoke of alliances forged in blood, of vengeance served cold. I could almost taste the bitterness, sharp and metallic on my tongue. Meanwhile, Antonia, fierce and unyielding, stood at the edge of our gathering. Her gaze swept over the throng, the weight of a city heavy upon her shoulders. She had always been the flame, the spark that ignited the hearts of those around her. But now, that fire flickered in the face of uncertainty, a candle threatened by the storm brewing beyond the horizon. "Do you think they'll come for us first?" she asked, her voice trembling like the last leaf clinging to a branch in winter. "Or will they bide their time, allowing the rot to spread until it consumes us all?" "Both," I replied, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. "They will strike when we're at our weakest, when our hearts are bowed under the weight of despair." I remember the nights we had plotted, dreams of a better Rome dancing in our heads like phantoms. Now, those dreams felt like distant memories, slipping away from us, leaving an echo of what could have been. The streets of Rome had transformed into a theater of impending doom. In every corner, I saw the ghosts of our past, their hollow eyes imploring us to remember what we once stood for. And yet, here we were, teetering on the brink of ruin, our souls entwined in a web of intrigue and ambition. The air smelled of smoke and betrayal, of hope lost to the shadows. I could feel it, a darkness creeping in, whispering promises of power while wielding a dagger. "Marcus!" I shouted over the din, pulling him back from the precipice of his spiraling thoughts. "What do we do?" The question hung between us, heavy with the weight of our choices. But he only shook his head, a man caught in the throes of indecision, and I felt the fracture between us widen. The fear that had crept into our hearts was a monster now, gnawing at the edges of our resolve. In that moment, I felt the ache of despair seep into my bones. The ghosts of the past whispered in my ears, urging me to remember the laughter, the hope. I wished for the luxury of ignorance, of believing that the gods would spare us from the madness that had gripped our beloved city. But the truth was as vast and unforgiving as the very cosmos above us. We were mere players on a stage set for tragedy, our fates already written in the stars. "Antonia, we have to act," I pleaded, desperation clawing at my throat. "We can't let them tear us apart." Her eyes, fierce as fire, softened momentarily, but the glint of resolve was there, too. "Then we gather our allies," she said, her voice steadying, igniting anew. "We stand against the tide. We will not be swept away." And I believed her, even as the shadows lengthened, even as the clock ticked down to our doom. I remember glimpses of laughter, of camaraderie, of nights spent dreaming of a future not yet written, yet now, those moments felt like the last vestiges of a world slipping through our fingers. Rome, my love, my torment, how could it have come to this? The winds howled around us, carrying the echoes of betrayals long past, of dreams unfulfilled. The moon watched silently, a witness to our gathering storm. Every heartbeat echoed with the weight of 1,000 choices unmade. And still, we stood, at the crossroads of our destiny, eyes fixed on the horizon where our fates awaited, inevitable, relentless, and hauntingly beautiful in their cruelty. The silence was deafening, the air thick with anticipation. I could hear the pounding of my own heart, the breath of my companions, the pulse of a city standing at the brink of chaos. We were caught in the web of history, a moment suspended in time, waiting for the storm to break. With every breath, with every whispered promise of defiance, we prepared for the inevitable clash, the thunderous roar of our resolve against the darkness that sought to engulf us. And in that moment, the world held its breath, a fragile silence stretched across the city, waiting for the first crack of thunder that would set the stage for the battle to come. The sun hung low, a smoldering ember on the horizon, casting eerie shadows over the battlefield. The air was heavy, thick with dust and despair, a silence amidst chaos that threatened to swallow it whole. I stood there, heart racing, the stench of sweat and iron weaving through my senses, its metallic taste bitter on my tongue. War was a cruel jester, and today, it was playing for blood. "Scipio," a voice cracked, trembling like a brittle leaf in the wind. It was Lucius, my closest ally, a man whose hopes were now buried beneath the weight of our impending doom. His eyes, once bright with ambition, now flickered with fear. What if today is the end? I remembered the stories, the whispers of glory, honor draped like a cloak around heroism. But here, in the eye of the storm, those tales faded into distant echoes. This was survival, stripped of pageantry, this was raw. I felt the tremor in my bones, the quaking rhythm of a heartbeat that dared to question my resolve. We fight, Lucius. We fight or we become shadows. The shadows danced closer as our enemy advanced, the Carthaginian forces a tide of fury and vengeance. I could hear the clink of armor, the drumming of feet, a symphony of impending violence. Each sound struck like a hammer to my chest, the weight of my duty pressing harder. How did it come to this? How did a boy born to privilege find himself here, on the brink of obliteration? I glanced at Scipio Africanus, the man whom history would exalt, who stood resolute amidst chaos, a monument to ambition and strategy. His presence was a lighthouse in this tempest, a beacon of unwavering determination. He was a tempest himself, flawed, fiery, yet irresistibly magnetic. The shadows of his past whispered secrets of lost loved ones, of failures etched into his skin like battle scars. I wondered if he felt the crushing weight of expectation, if he understood the stakes we were playing for. Forward, His voice pierced the air, a clarion call that shattered our fears, igniting a flicker of hope in our hearts. I could see the resolve etched into his features, a blend of courage and desperation. I admired him, yes, but envy gnawed at my insides. Why was he the one chosen to lead? 1,000 questions tangled within me, each one a dagger, each one a reminder of my own inadequacy. "Scipio!" I shouted, my voice strained, barely cutting through the cacophony. "What if we lose? What if all this is for nothing?" The moment hung pregnant in the air, laden with a mixture of dread and longing. He turned to me, and in his gaze, I glimpsed an abyss of vulnerability. Victory is not assured, Lucius, it never is. But it is worth fighting for. Even if it ends in ashes. His words struck me like a thunderclap, resonating deep within. The cosmos felt vast and indifferent above us, stars mere pinpricks of light in a grand, uncaring universe. In that instant, time unraveled. I saw visions of our lives, youthful laughter in the olive groves, dreams exchanged beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the sweetness of wine shared on starry nights. I felt the ache of nostalgia, that hollow place where joy meets sorrow. What were we fighting for if not those moments? Would we be reduced to mere specters, ghosts wandering among the ruins of our desires? The clash began. Swords sang, and the air was alive with chaos. I felt the pulse of battle, the rhythm of life and death swirling around us. Each scream pierced my soul, a haunting melody that would echo long after the last blow was struck. My heart raced, and I charged forward, a reckless abandon coursing through me. I became one with the fury, lost in the dance of survival, yet haunted by the faces of those I loved, their laughter, their warmth, their dreams. But amidst the frenzy, fear gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast. What if I fell? What would become of my family, my city? I stumbled, caught between valor and weakness. And then, Scipio was there, his presence a fortress against my doubts. "Stand tall," he roared, his voice rising above the clamor. "Remember why we fight." With those words, I felt an ember flicker back to life within me. I looked around, the faces of my brothers in arms, their determination etched deep within the lines of their skin. Each man carried his own burdens, his own ghosts. Together, we were a tapestry of sorrow and hope, woven tight by the threads of our shared existence. The battle raged on, an endless tempest of blood and fury. But through it all, I clung to the memories, the laughter of my sister, the warmth of my mother's embrace, the dreams of a future painted in vivid colors. They swirled before me, fragments of light amidst the darkness. For them, I whispered, and plunged deeper into the fray. And yet, in the chaos, I noticed Scipio falter, just for a moment. The weight of destiny pressed upon him, a burden that threatened to crush. I saw doubt flicker in his eyes, the ghost of a young man grappling with the enormity of his role. But he steeled himself, transformed, became the lion we needed. And I realized, he was just as flawed, just as human as the rest of us. In a moment of stillness amid the storm, I caught his gaze, an unspoken bond, a shared understanding that transcended words. We were warriors, yes, but we were also men shaped by our dreams and fears. We fought not just for victory, but for the very essence of life itself, the laughter, the love, the fleeting moments that made us whole. As the sun dipped below the horizon, bloodied and bruised, a new resolve ignited in my chest. We will be remembered, I thought, the echo of my heartbeat keeping time with the madness around us. Together, we would carve our names into history, not as mere warriors, but as men who dared to dream amidst the ashes. And in that dream, I found the strength to move forward, to join Scipio in the relentless march toward destiny, where shadows danced and dreams flickered like stars in the vast, wild cosmos of our existence. A confrontation lay ahead, but it was not merely of flesh and steel. It was a battle for our souls. As I charged into the fray, I felt the weight of every heartbeat, every breath, but I was no longer afraid. I was alive. The night was a living thing, a creature that wrapped its claws around the trembling soldiers as they huddled beneath the wide, indifferent sky. Stars blinked down, distant and cold, as if they were watching the unfolding chaos below, their light a mockery of the fear gnawing at their hearts. No sound except the wind, a restless whisper that carried the scent of impending doom. This was the moment, the fragile breath before the storm. I remember the first time it hit me, the taste of iron in the air, the weight of dread swirling like fog around my legs. I stood there, the pale moonlight casting ghostly shadows on my comrades, their faces drawn tight with worry. There was Mago, my brother, his eyes haunted, searching the darkness as if it might swallow him whole. I remember the way his hands trembled, not from the chill, but from the fear of what was to come. I wanted to reach out to him, to anchor him in the tempestuous sea of uncertainty, but my own heart raced wildly, a captive bird in a cage of doubt. And then there was Elia, a fierce fire wrapped in a fragile frame. The light from the small campfire danced on her skin, illuminating her fierce resolve and the fear that lurked just beneath the surface. I could see it in the way she clenched her jaw, the tension in her shoulders, a mute scream for strength. She'd been our rock, but even rocks crack under pressure. I could feel the crack forming, a small fissure widening, threatening to shatter her altogether. "What if we don't make it?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper, yet it echoed in the silence. Those words hung in the air, pregnant with unspoken fears. The doom of failure loomed like a monstrous shadow, a specter that would not relent. I tried to reassure her, to be the brave face she needed, but inside, I was a storm. I remembered our last victory, the taste of triumph now bitter on my tongue. Would this be my legacy? A fleeting moment of glory swallowed by the abyss of history? Each heartbeat was a drum, each breath a prayer. The March of Hasdrubal was not just a march, it was an exodus, a pilgrimage through the Valley of Shadows. We were almost at the brink, our supplies dwindling, our spirits fraying. Days blurred together in relentless toil, the horizon a cruel joke, always just out of reach. The ghosts of lost comrades haunted the corners of my mind, faces from battles long past, their eyes wide with fear, their mouths twisted in silent screams. The night thickened, and with it, the tension. In the distance, a rustle, a promise of movement. The enemy was out there, hidden in the folds of the darkness, waiting to pounce. Elia's hand found mine, squeezing tight, as if she could draw strength from my flesh. But what did I have to give? I was a vessel of doubt, an empty shell battling the tides of despair. "Promise me," she urged, her voice strained, "promise me we'll get through this." But how could I promise? The words caught in my throat, a bitter lump of helplessness. I could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, and it seared me. I was a coward. I should have been the light in this consuming darkness, but instead, I was a moth drawn to the flame of my own fears. "We will," I finally said, the words tasting like ashes. "We'll survive." But even I didn't believe it. Then came the roar. A sound like the crack of doom, a growl of thunder that shattered the silence. The earth trembled as if the gods themselves were enraged, and in that moment, the dread became tangible, a beast, coiling itself around our hearts. My breath quickened, a rabbit caught in the hunter's snare. Mago straightened, a fierce glint igniting his eyes. "We can't wait any longer." And that's when the decision loomed like a specter above us. What would it mean to charge into the dark? To face the monster lurking just beyond the shadows? Elia's grip tightened, a plea wrapped in desperation. "We cannot let fear dictate our path." Her voice was a knife, sharp and clear, slicing through the morass of uncertainty. "If we wait, we'll become the prey." Mago nodded, his resolve solidifying like the steel of his blades. "Then we fight. Together." I could see the fire in his eyes, the determination that could move mountains. But what if the mountains crumbled beneath us? What if we fell, swallowed by our own resolve? The night closed in, a suffocating veil, and the howl of the wind carried with it the memories of what we'd lost. I thought of the faces, the laughter, the warmth of togetherness that had been stripped away, leaving only the cold bite of reality. The question loomed, was courage just another mask we wore to hide from our own fragility? With a surge, I stood, heart pounding, adrenaline flooding my veins. "Let's move." The words were like a spell, a summons to battle against the shadows. We stepped into the night, the weight of our choices heavy on our shoulders, every step a heartbeat against the silence that threatened to consume us. The air crackled with intensity, a frisson of expectation as fear and bravery danced a deadly waltz. I looked back at Elia and Mago, their faces illuminated by the dim glow of our dying fire, and in that fleeting moment, I knew we were united by something stronger than fear, hope. A flicker in the abyss. But the darkness was hungry, and it would not relent. As we plunged into the unknown, the specters of our past whispered warnings, yet we pressed on, driven by the primal need to survive. And in those moments of terror and uncertainty, I understood, sometimes, just sometimes, the only way to march forward is to embrace the chaos, to let it wash over you and carry you into the storm. Because in that storm, beneath the weight of despair, flickered the faintest light, and it was our only hope. The air crackled with tension, a palpable heat that hung between the soldiers like the charged silence before a storm. I stood there, heart drumming in my chest, the metallic scent of blood already seeping into the very ground beneath my feet. It was dusk, the sun a bleeding orange on the horizon, a dying ember, reminding us all that light could vanish in an instant. Somewhere beyond the hills, the enemy was gathering, their whispers riding the wind like a promise of violence. Livia, her dark eyes fierce as they met mine, tightened her grip on her sword. I could see the flicker of doubt behind her bravado, a storm brewing within. "We must split our forces," she urged, her voice steadier than her hands. "It's the only way. They'll come for us in waves." Her brow furrowed, as if the weight of battle plans bore down on her like a physical presence, an ominous shadow that gripped her heart. I wanted to scream at her that we were already divided, splintered by fear and uncertainty, but I could only nod, the air thick with unspoken fears. The flash of memories hit me, uninvited. I remember the night spent under the stars, talking of honor and glory as if they were ours for the taking. But those conversations felt like echoes now, lost to the cruel reality of our situation. I remember the laughter, however fragile, that used to color our days. But laughter had become a ghost, haunting us with its absence while we prepared for a struggle that would measure our worth in blood and loss. "They'll come for you first," I whispered, the confession tearing from my throat like a curse. She turned away, the muscles in her jaw tightening. I could see the flicker of fear swimming in her eyes, but there was an ember of determination burning beneath it. "That's the point," she replied, a fierce smile breaking through. "Let them think they can take me." And there was Marcus, a giant of a man, whose heart was as fragile as the shattered dreams he carried like a shield. I watched him pace, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles white with the tension of a man caught between duty and despair. Each step he took was a battle against the memories that clawed at him. He was a soldier forged in fire, yet he carried the weight of 1,000 regrets, the brother he couldn't save, the lover he lost in the chaos of war. "I won't let them take you," he muttered, more to himself than to us. "Not again." The air bristled with unspoken words, the tension swelling to a crescendo as we wrestled with the inevitable. I remember the way the world narrowed, the horizon shrinking until it felt as if we stood on the edge of a precipice, teetering between hope and ruin. The shadows lengthened around us, dark fingers creeping forth, whispering secrets of betrayal that skittered across my mind like a chill. "We divide our forces at dusk," Livia stated, the determination in her voice cutting through the fog of despair. "Those who can fight, stay with me. The rest," her eyes flicked toward Marcus and then back to me, disguised as farmers. "We need to lure them in, make them underestimate us." "I can't hide," Marcus said, his voice low, vibrating with anger. "I won't live in their shadows. And what good will it do to die in the open?" Livia shot back, her voice rising, the desperation palpable. "We fight smarter, Marcus. If we're to survive this, we must play their game." Each heartbeat in that moment was a drum signaling the approach of the inevitable. The darkness beyond the hills felt alive, breathing, pulsing with the promise of violence. I remember the shuffling of feet, the low murmurs of men and women as they prepared for a fight that seemed as certain as the night closing in around us. They were strong, yet I could see the tremor in their hands, hear the quaver in their voices, the wind mocking us with its laughter, playing merciless tricks upon our fears. "Let them come," I heard myself say, my voice a whisper lost amidst the gathering storm. I didn't believe it, not really, but the words fell from my lips like a prayer, a feeble attempt to bandage the wounds of our fraying courage. The plan unfolded like an intricate tapestry, threads of hope tangled together with strands of despair. Livia stood at the center, a beacon in the gathering dusk, while Marcus and I flanked her like shadows, the weight of our existence a silent testament to the fragility of life. There would be no glory in this, no honor, only the raw, pulsing fear that clung to our throats like a noose. And then, a rustle from the darkness, a whisper that sent chills racing down my spine. They were coming. The enemy was drawing near, shrouded in the cloak of night, their intentions masked behind the shadows. I could hear the soft clink of armor, the faintest echo of footsteps, each sound a herald of dread. "Stay sharp," Livia commanded, her voice a whip crack in the thickening air. And I could see it, her resolve, a flickering flame against the encroaching darkness. I wanted to believe we could hold on, but the weight of uncertainty bore down on us like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. In that moment, I realized that this was our reality, divided forces, yes, but more than that, divided hearts, fragmented souls, each of us grappling with our own demons. The battlefield stretched before us, a tapestry woven of hope and despair, ready to be stitched with the threads of fate. As the night deepened, I felt the shiver of inevitability curling around my spine, the world distorting into shadows and whispers. Livia and Marcus were close, yet miles away, each of us standing on the precipice of our fears, ready to confront the darkness that threatened to consume us whole. I could feel the air thickening, each breath a reminder of the battle that loomed on the horizon, the relentless tide of fate ready to sweep us away. And as the first scream shattered the silence, I knew we were about to plunge into the abyss, where warriors and shadows collided, where the echoes of past sins would rise once more to haunt us. The night was alive with the promise of blood, and as the chaos erupted, we were bound irrevocably to the fight ahead, our souls intertwined in the struggle against the dark. The air crackled with tension, a thick fog swirling around us, heavy with smoke and the stench of burning debris. I was crouched behind the remnants of a crumbled wall, heart pounding, pulse racing. The distant echo of gunfire was a haunting symphony, each clap resonating like a funeral dirge in the hollow chambers of my chest. I remember the moment vividly, my fingers digging into the rough stone, the sharp edges biting into my skin, grounding me in a reality that felt both surreal and terrifying. "Are you ready?" whispered Marisol, her voice a thread of silk amidst the chaos, yet I could hear the tremor beneath it. She was a beacon of fierce loyalty, yet beneath her bravado lay a wound that would never heal, a family lost to the very conflict we now fought against. Her dark eyes glistened with unshed tears, and I could almost taste the bitterness in the air, like ash on the tongue. "Ready as I'll ever be," I replied, my own voice a shaky echo of the determination I wished to convey. The truth? I felt anything but ready. But here we were, caught in a storm that had no end in sight. Behind us, the city lay shrouded in a deafening silence, the kind that wrapped itself around you like a shroud. Shadows moved like whispers, locals peering from shattered windows, their wide eyes reflecting our desperation. How many of them were allies? How many would turn when the tide turned? The thought twisted in my gut. Trust was as elusive as the light flickering through the smoke. "Stay close," Marisol urged, her hand finding mine, squeezing it tight. "If we get separated, we won't," I interrupted, but the truth seeped in like the chill of dusk. We were fractured, like the land around us, each piece held together by fragile threads. The sudden blast of a nearby explosion sent shards of glass raining down, and I flinched, pulling her closer. I felt her heartbeat against my palm, a steady reminder of life amidst the chaos. We were alive. For now. I turned my gaze to the street, where a figure emerged through the haze, a local ally, I hoped. He moved with the sly stealth of a cat, shadows embracing him. I thought of the stories I'd heard, tales of betrayal whispered like secrets in the night. Could he be trusted? His name was Tariq, a man who birthed hope from despair, yet his past was a tangled web of choices that left echoes in the dark. "Marisol, look!" I pointed. But even as I spoke, the air felt thick with foreboding. Tariq's eye scanned the surroundings, calculating and cautious. He knew this place like the lines on his palms, yet I could see the weight of his decisions haunting him. He was our link, a bridge between fear and survival, but at what cost? "Stay low," he beckoned, his voice a low rumble as he darted into the shadows. Marisol and I exchanged glances, a silent agreement binding us tighter than any spoken word. We followed, every step a testament to the fragile alliance we forged with this man, this stranger who bore the scars of this conflict on his very soul. "Do you trust him?" Marisol muttered, her breath warm against the coolness of the evening. The question hung in the air, a fragile thread suspending our fates. "I have to," I replied, but inside, self-doubt gnawed at me like a ravenous beast. Trust was a heavy burden, and we carried it like a cross. The deeper we ventured into the labyrinth of the city, the more I felt the ghosts of our pasts trailing behind us, wailing in agony. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering memories threatening to swallow us whole. I couldn't shake the image of my brother's laughter from years ago, the echo of a life untouched by war, unmarred by loss. How naive we had been, weaving dreams in the fabric of a world that would soon unravel. Suddenly, gunfire echoed behind us, sharp and unforgiving. My heart raced, each beat a thunderous warning. "Run!" Tariq shouted, urgency lacing his tone. We moved like a current in a storm, adrenaline surging, fear igniting our limbs. Marisol faltered, her breath hitching as she stumbled. I reached back, pulling her along, the weight of her fear crushing down on me. "You're not alone," I shouted, my voice barely reaching her through the cacophony. But the truth remained, the war had a way of isolating us, consuming us whole. We ducked into an alley, the walls closing in like a tomb. The stench of decay clung to us, mingling with the metallic tang of fear. I turned to Tariq, desperation clawing at my throat. "What now?" He looked at us, eyes steely yet haunted. "We wait. We blend in." Blend in? I thought of the chaos outside, the screams, the blood staining the streets. How could we blend in when every fiber of our being screamed to fight, to resist the encroaching darkness? Time stretched, each second a cosmic pulse, vibrating with a heaviness that threatened to crush us. I could hear the clock ticking in my mind, each tick a reminder of our fragility. I closed my eyes, desperation clawing at my insides. I remembered the sun on my face, the laughter of friends, the smell of warm bread from the bakery down the street. Sweet memories that felt like distant stars, unreachable and cold. "What if we don't make it?" Marisol whispered, her voice trembling like the last leaf clinging to a branch in autumn. "We will," I lied, though doubt seeped through the cracks in my resolve. But I had to convince her, had to keep hope flickering like a candle in the howling wind. Tariq's silence loomed, the weight of his choices pressing down on our shoulders. He was fighting a war of his own, a battle against the shadows of his past. "I've seen too much," he finally murmured, his voice barely a whisper. "I can't let this be the end." And in that moment, I felt the gravity of our circumstances, the weight of our decisions, the burden of trust. Allies were not just names on a list, they were lives intertwined with ours, stitched together through fear and hope. Each heartbeat echoed louder, the city outside teetering on the brink of chaos, a living, breathing monster that demanded our sacrifice. Together, I breathed, the word a fragile promise as we stood on the precipice of an uncertain fate. But as we inched closer to the confrontation that awaited us, the shadows deepened, and the ghosts of our pasts began to whisper, urging us forward into the unknown, a path paved with pain but also, perhaps, a flicker of salvation. Each moment pulled us into the depths, entwining our souls with the very essence of conflict, as the ticking clock urged us onward, relentless and unyielding. Blood pulsed beneath the earth like a heartbeat, primal and insistent, as a shroud of grey hung heavy above the battlefield. I stood there, breath caught in my chest, eyes wide as a storm erupted. The air was thick with the scent of iron, sweat, and the acrid stench of fear. The Romans, their armor glinting ominously, were a force of nature, unyielding, relentless, and terrifying. I could almost hear the whisper of their tactics, a language of precision that echoed through the ages, a terrifying symphony of war. Marcus, a centurion whose brow furrowed like a stormy sea, held his sword aloft, its blade catching the fleeting light, a beacon of hope for some, a harbinger of doom for others. He was haunted by scars, both visible and buried, memories of friends lost to the chaos of battle that danced around him like ghosts. Remember their faces, he'd said to me once, for they will haunt you long after the swords are sheathed. But now, the faces were shadows, flickering in his mind like dying embers, threatened to be extinguished by the violence of the moment. Beside him, Lucilla, a fierce warrior with eyes burning like twin stars, possessed a spirit forged in the crucible of loss. She had seen her father fall, his heart pierced by an enemy's lance, the same way her dreams had been crushed by the weight of family expectations. "I fight for him," she whispered, her voice a fragile wisp in the tempest. Every strike she unleashed was an echo of her rage, her grief, a meditation on the sacredness of vengeance that fueled her soul. She wielded her gladius not just as a weapon but as a vessel for her pain, each thrust a tribute to the man who had taught her the art of battle, the beauty of strategy. The Romans were masters of the battlefield, unparalleled in their tactical innovations. They fought like a well-oiled machine, each soldier a cog in a relentless engine of war. I watched as they formed the testudo, a moving wall of shields, each one a protective shell against the onslaught of arrows raining from the sky. It was like watching a living creature, a monstrous beast made of iron and resolve, lumbering forward into the fray. The enemy faltered, gasping, and in that moment, I felt the thrill, the intoxicating rush of their discipline, their strategy woven into one seamless wave of destruction. But the shadows loomed, darker and more ominous. In the chaos of battle, I could sense the weight of uncertainty, the gnawing fear of failure that gripped Marcus and Lucilla. They were not merely soldiers, they were people, burdened by the gravity of their choices. "What if I falter?" Marcus had confessed to me once, during an eerie stillness that settled before a storm. "What if this is the day I let them down?" And his fear was my own, an echo in the chambers of my heart. As the clash of steel reverberated, the cries of the fallen filled the air, a macabre symphony that struck a chord deep within me. I felt it in my bones, the bitter pang of sorrow for lives extinguished, dreams unfulfilled. I could see it in Lucilla's eyes, the flicker of doubt, the hesitation that threatened to engulf her. "Don't let fear take you," Marcus urged, his voice a steady anchor amidst the chaos. "We are Romans. We are the storm." But the storm was also a tempest within, a battle of hearts and souls waging just as fiercely as the one outside. Then came the moment, the violent crescendo where everything collided. The enemy charged, and time twisted, bending under the weight of impending doom. I felt my heart thunder in my chest, each beat a countdown. I watched as Marcus led his men, their weapons gleaming with purpose, their battle cries filling the void with raw, unfiltered fury. But amidst the frenzy, I caught a glimpse of Lucilla, her gladius raised high, tears mingling with the sweat on her brow. She was not just fighting for her father anymore but for herself, for the woman she had become in the crucible of grief and rage. The clash erupted, a cacophony of sound and fury. I could feel the energy ripple through the air, electrifying and terrifying. The sight of men falling, of soldiers becoming mere husks, sent shivers through my spine. I remembered the stories, the glories of Rome, the triumphs sung in taverns and whispered in the dark. But those stories held no solace now, they were ashes in my mouth. And then it happened, a moment that would forever be etched in my soul. Marcus, fierce and fearless, found himself face to face with a rival commander, a man whose eyes mirrored the very darkness that had haunted me since the battle began. They clashed, swords singing a deadly song, each strike a testament to the weight of their choices. I could see the sweat dripping down Marcus's face, the determination etched into the lines of his brow. For Rome, he bellowed, his voice a battle cry that shattered the air, reverberating with a fierce intensity that made the ground tremble. But in that moment, time slowed. I saw Lucilla, fierce and unwavering, charging toward danger as if propelled by the very ghosts of her past. She was a whirlwind of fury, her every swing a dance of vengeance. I felt my heart race, hammering against my ribcage as I clung to the hope that her spirit would carry her through the storm. In that chaos, amidst the swirling shadows and the deafening roar, I realized that this was the essence of the Roman army. Their tactical innovations were not just strategies on a battlefield, they were a manifestation of the human spirit, the relentless pursuit of victory against insurmountable odds. They were the embodiment of resilience, forged in the fires of loss and rebirth. As I stood at the precipice of despair, a cacophony of emotions surged through me: fear, courage, heartbreak, and an overwhelming desire to fight alongside them, to be part of this tapestry woven from the threads of history and destiny. This was not merely a battle, it was a reckoning, a moment that transcended time, echoing through the ages in a haunting melody of valor and sacrifice. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over fallen warriors, I could hear the whispers of the past mingling with the present. The Roman army, a testament to innovation, strategy, and the undying spirit of humanity, would continue to march forward, leaving behind a legacy etched in blood and glory. The battle raged on, but within that chaos, a singular truth emerged: this was only the beginning. The air was thick with tension, suffocating and electric, crackling like the sudden snap of a twig in the dead of night. It was a moment suspended in time, the kind that holds its breath, waiting for something, anything, to shatter the fragile stillness. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, twisting into grotesque shapes as if the very walls were alive, whispering secrets of betrayal and ambition. Hasdrubal stood in the dimly lit tent, a spectre of resolve, his fists clenched tight against the ragged fabric of his tunic. His heart raced with the weight of countless lives resting on his shoulders, a relentless drum echoing in his ears. He could almost taste the iron tang of blood, see the faces of those who had come before him, a haunting gallery of hopes and dreams, now reduced to mere echoes. I remember the night I decided, he thought, the memory sharp and vivid. It was all or nothing. Across the dim expanse, the firelight caught the eyes of his brother-in-arms, Marius, whose brow was etched with doubt. The two had fought side by side through the heat of battle and the chill of despair, but tonight, something primal crackled between them, a raw tension born of unspoken fears. "You can't do this," Marius said, his voice low and urgent, slicing through the thick air. "Not like this. You're risking everything." I remember Marius's face, a tempest of loyalty and desperation, his eyes like storm clouds about to unleash a deluge. In a world where choices were rarely clear, his heart screamed for the safety of retreat, for the comfort of the familiar, yet he had come too far to turn back now. Memories of their youth together flooded back, the warmth of laughter echoing through sun-drenched fields, dreams woven into the fabric of their brotherhood. We wanted to change the world, he thought bitterly. Now we're its puppets. But Hasdrubal's resolve hardened like steel. He had plans, nebulous yet electric, swirling in his mind like a tempest, each one promising power and revenge. His eyes flicked to the map sprawled across the table, inked with bold strokes and desperate ambitions. Each marking, each line drawn with the purpose of conquest, a dark promise of glory. "I must," he whispered to himself, "for those who can't." The ghosts of the fallen surrounded him, their whispers barely audible over the crackling of the fire. "Remember us." And then there was Elia, the fierce warrior with a spirit as untamed as the wild horses she rode, who stood steadfast outside the tent, her face a mask of defiance. Her heart pounded with the ferocity of a war drum, a chaotic symphony that echoed her inner conflict. "You're playing with fire, Hasdrubal," she warned, her voice cutting through the darkness, a bright spark amidst the gathering storm. "What if it consumes you?" I remember the first time I saw her, Hasdrubal thought, a flicker of warmth amidst the turmoil. She was unyielding, a force of nature, and I was drawn to her like a moth to a flame. But now, the space between them yawned wide, filled with unspoken words and the weight of impossible choices. Each glance between them felt like a knife, sharp and tainted with longing, threaded with the fear of loss. "What do you want?" Elia pressed, her voice rising with the tension, a battle cry against the inevitable. "Power? Glory? Or revenge?" Each word was a blow, an arrow shot straight to the heart of the man with grand designs. Hasdrubal's breath caught in his throat. He was a man on the precipice of greatness or ruin, teetering dangerously over the abyss of his own making. "I want to be remembered," he admitted, his voice trembling with emotion. "To forge a legacy, to rise from the ashes of this cursed war." He could feel the pulse of history in his veins, each heartbeat echoing like a clock counting down to an inevitable strike. The very fabric of time seemed to warp around him, a cosmic clock ticking loudly in his ears, reminding him of how fragile and fleeting life truly was. Marius looked down, unable to bear the weight of his brother's ambition, visions of betrayal flickering like shadows in his mind. "Is this what you wanted?" he whispered, despair lacing his tone. "To become the tyrant you sought to overthrow?" The question hung in the air, a specter that loomed larger than any battlefield. As Hasdrubal wrestled with his demons, the air shifted, the flames flickered wildly, as if sensing the storm within him. The night closed in, wrapping around them like a shroud, the chill creeping into their bones. The past collided with the present, dreams of a brighter future intertwining with the specter of what could be a relentless cycle of hope and despair. "I remember the stars," Hasdrubal thought, looking up at the tent ceiling, how they blinked down at us like old friends, whispering promises of what we might become. But what if the stars were laughing now, mocking their ambitions, their naivete? Would they become the shadow of a memory, a fading echo in the annals of history? Elia stepped forward, her fierce gaze piercing the veil of uncertainty that enveloped them. "Then let us forge our own path, but not in blood." Her voice was steady, a lifeline thrown across treacherous waters. "We must break the cycle, Hasdrubal, or we'll just become ghosts of our own making." And in that moment, a flicker of understanding ignited between them. The weight of their choices lay heavy, a tangible force that could either bind them together or tear them apart. Time seemed to pause, the world outside fading into insignificance, leaving only the raw, pulsating core of their fractured souls. Yet, just as resolution flickered into existence, doubt clawed at the edges of their hearts, relentless and insatiable. The clock ticked on, and the night deepened, shadows lengthening, whispering secrets of the past and future. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a symphony of emotion intertwining with the promise of conflict. "I will not be consumed," Hasdrubal swore to himself, even as the weight of the world pressed down upon him. "I will rise." And as hope clashed with despair, the storm within him roared to life, a tempest waiting to break free. And so they stood on the precipice of destiny, three souls intertwined, a brotherhood and a bond forged in the fires of ambition, love, and fear. The night stretched on, pulling them deeper into the unknown. And with each passing moment, the world around them seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of will and fate. The scent of iron hung thick in the air, a visceral reminder of the blood-soaked earth beneath the feet of the soldiers marching toward the Metaurus river. Each step reverberated through the ground like a heartbeat, a pulse quickening in the silence of the dawn. The sun hung low, a sullen orb, casting long shadows that danced between the trees, a funeral procession before the battle. I could feel it, the dread clawing at the edges of my consciousness, a whispering ghost that warned of the impending storm. Gaius stood at the front of the formation, his face a mask of stoic resolve, yet his eyes bore the weight of 1,000 deaths. He had always been the sturdy oak among us, unwavering in the squall of uncertainty. But today, something flickered behind that stoicism, a crack in the facade. I could see it. I could feel it. It was as if the air itself pressed upon him, squeezing out the last drops of confidence. "Today, we fight for our lives," he had said, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his bravado. The men around him nodded, their faces a tapestry of hope and fear, but Gaius was different. He had a secret, one that gnawed at his insides like a ravenous beast. Then there was Claudia, my sister, a spirit as fierce as the wildfire she embodied. She had not wanted to come, not to this battlefield, not to this gruesome theater of war where valor was often just a mask for despair. "Why do you follow me?" she had pleaded, her hand shaking as she grasped my arm. "You have your dreams, your life waiting for you." Yet here she was, her sword glinting dully in the dim light, ready to fight, ready to die, if need be. I watched her, a whirlwind of ferocity, a tempest wrapped in a fragile form, and my heart ached for her courage. "Are you ready?" I asked her, my voice barely a whisper, drowned in the cacophony of clashing armor and the rustling of leather. "Ready," she laughed, a bitter sound that echoed in my chest. Life has never prepared me for what we're about to face. But fear binds us together, doesn't it? It keeps us alive, even if it destroys us. And then, the horn sounded, sharp and piercing as they shattered the stillness. The call to arms, a siren song that lured us into the depths of chaos. I felt the weight of the cold metal in my grasp, the sword a familiar stranger to my fingers. I had trained, but now it felt surreal, like I was a ghost inhabiting a world that was not my own. The ground shook as we moved forward, a thunderous roar that rose from our ranks, a desperate chant against the inevitable. I glimpsed the enemy in the distance, dark figures silhouetted against the horizon. Shadows moving, ready to engulf us. My heart pounded, each beat a reminder of my frailty, each breath a gasp against the suffocating fear. It was in this moment that I remembered what Gaius had whispered to me under the cover of darkness, his secret spilling forth like a broken dam. "I have a family to protect," he had said, and I had watched his eyes cloud with a sorrow that was too heavy, too real. But now, we were something else. We were soldiers, unyielding, yet tethered to the fragility of our existence. I could see Claudia's grip tighten around the hilt of her sword, her knuckles pale against the black metal. She was a force of nature, yet I could sense the tremor in her resolve. The closer we marched to the river, the more I saw the ghosts of our choices trailing behind us, the path not taken, the dreams left to wither in the dust. "Do you think we'll make it?" I asked, clinging to hope like a lifeline. "Make it," she scoffed, her laughter bitter, yet her eyes held a flicker of light. "We'll make it or we won't. But I'd rather die swinging than wither away waiting for fate to decide." And I wanted to scream, to shatter the calm facade and revel in the chaos that enveloped us. But the moment was too profound, too suffocating. Then came the clash, the first strike that sent shockwaves through the very fabric of our beings. Metal against metal, the screams of men mingling with the cries of anguish. For a heartbeat, time splintered, stretched, and everything fell away. I was lost in a vortex, spinning through the cacophony, where faces morphed into grotesque masks of terror and exhilaration. I saw Gaius, fighting with the ferocity of a lion, every swing of his sword a desperate prayer. I saw Claudia, dancing through the chaos, a whirlwind of fury and light. Her laughter mingled with the sound of blades, a haunting melody that filled the air with a strange beauty. And then, there it was, the moment when life turned treacherous. I watched as a shadow loomed behind Gaius, saw the glint of a dagger, a flash, a heartbeat too late. Time slowed, stretched to the breaking point, and I felt an icy grip wrap around my heart. I screamed, but the sound was lost in the din, swallowed by the void. The world flickered, and suddenly, everything narrowed down to that one moment, the dagger plunging, the breath hitching in my throat. Gaius turned, just in time, but it was a cruel twist of fate. The struggle was short, brutal, and in that instant, my spirit splintered. I was not just a spectator, I was a part of this cruel tapestry of war, woven with threads of sacrifice, of loss. The Metaurus was not merely a river, it was a reckoning. And beneath the surface lay the echoes of our choices, haunting, relentless, the tide pulling us toward an uncertain fate. Each heartbeat, a reminder of the lives we lived, the dreams we chased, and the shadows we could not escape. From the depths of chaos rose a single thought, piercing through the blood-soaked fog: we were here. And whether we emerged victorious or fell into the abyss, we would face it together, bound by the threads of fear and love, a tapestry woven against the darkness. So I pushed forward, as the river surged ahead, the chaos a relentless tide pulling us deeper into the void. Gaius and Claudia were with me, or perhaps they were not, but their spirits danced in the shadows, whispering against the roar of battle. The Metaurus awaited, and we would not turn back. The ghosts of our choices carried us forward. The air crackled with an electric tension, a palpable dread hovering like fog in the bruised twilight. It was the kind of moment that made the heart race, a prelude to chaos where every breath felt like a whispered prayer. I could see them scattered across the field, shadows of men, silhouettes carved from desperation and determination, their eyes glimmering with fear and fury. I was there, crouched low, my palms digging into the damp earth, my heart drumming against my ribcage like a war cry. I remember the first time I met Marcus. He wore his bravado like armor, a smile that could charm the sun, yet there lay a darkness beneath, a gnawing fear he battled daily. The pressure of expectations, a father's shadow looming like a black cloud. "You'll never be enough," the words echoed in his mind, a ghost that transformed every triumph into an echo of inadequacy. We had laughed then, amidst the noise of the tavern, sipping from chipped mugs, the world outside blurred by the haze of ale and camaraderie. But that night, the laughter felt like a fragile bubble, teetering on the edge of reality. Now, as he paced before our gathering, the bravado was stripped bare, raw emotion etched across his face. The men looked to him, eyes wide, hearts pounding in sync. My heart ached for him. The weight of leadership was a heavy shroud, wrapping tightly around his shoulders. Each word he uttered was a fragile thread woven into the fabric of hope, yet I could see the way his hands trembled, the way he forced his voice to rise above the chorus of looming dread. Across the field, nestled in the shadows of looming trees, stood another figure, Elena. Fierce and unyielding, she had a spirit that could ignite a wildfire, yet beneath that fiery exterior lay a woman haunted by her own ghosts. She remembered the faces of those who had fallen, who had trusted her, and their absence was a gaping wound. "I won't fail them," she whispered to herself, but the words felt like a promise laced with desperation. Her sword glinted under the dying light, a reflection of the burden she carried. The wind danced around us, a chilling reminder of the storm brewing on the horizon. The enemy lay beyond the trees, their presence felt like a distant rumble, a terrifying certainty that gnawed at our resolve. I could see the movement, the glint of metal, the rustle of armor, a dark tide gathering, threatening to crash upon our shores. They were coming, and with each heartbeat, the tension rose, squeezing the air from my lungs. "Remember why we fight." Marcus's voice cut through the silence, a lifeline thrown into the storm. "For our homes, for our families." But I could sense the doubt creeping in, like a thief in the night. What if our homes were lost? What if we were not enough? The question swirled around me, teasing at the edges of my mind, promising despair. I turned to look at Elena, her jaw clenched, eyes blazing with determination. "We will not let them take what is ours," she vowed, but I could see the fear flickering behind her resolve. The echoes of death lingered in her voice, a reminder of the lives that had slipped through her fingers, like grains of sand. The world around us felt unreal, as though I was trapped in a nightmare from which I could not wake. I could hear the distant clash of metal, the battle cries of warriors who were but shadows in the dusk. Each sound was a ghostly reminder of what was to come, the impending doom that awaited us all. I felt the weight of history pressing upon my chest, the stories of those who had come before us, who had fought and bled, their spirits lingering like specters in the twilight. In the distance, I caught a glimpse of the enemy, men and women, hardened by battle, their faces carved from stone, a chilling resolve emanating from their ranks. Each one bore the scars of conflict, a testament to survival in a world consumed by chaos. They were not just an opposing force, they were a reflection of our own fears, our own struggles, a mirror held up to the very essence of humanity. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, the tales of knights and battles fought for glory, yet here, in this moment, all that felt glorified was lost in the mire of survival. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath me, each thrum echoing the anxiety that twisted in my gut. The very ground seemed alive, whispering secrets of those who had stood where we stood now, their dreams and aspirations soaked into the soil, mingling with our own. Suddenly, a horn blared in the distance, a sound that sent chills racing down my spine. The enemy was advancing, an unstoppable wave of darkness crashing against our fragile resolve. I could see Marcus steeling himself, the determination etched across his face, yet his eyes betrayed him, a flicker of doubt, a plea for divine intervention. And Elena, she tightened her grip on her sword, the steel gleaming, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching night. I felt it then, a swell of emotion, a bond forged in fear and fury, a shared destiny that intertwined our fates. We were bound not just by the battles we fought but by the dreams we held close, dreams of home, of laughter, of love. As the enemy drew closer, a moment stretched into an eternity, each heartbeat echoing like a ticking clock, reminding us that time was slipping through our fingers. Every second felt like a fragile thread, fraying at the edges, yet in that frantic dance of uncertainty, I found clarity. I remembered what it meant to fight, not just for survival, but for the very essence of who we were. I looked to Marcus, to Elena, and I saw not just warriors, but friends, companions in this hellscape, their hearts beating in unison with mine. The darkness was upon us, but within that darkness lay the flickering flame of hope, raw, untamed, and fiercely alive. As our breaths mingled in that freezing air, I knew that this was just the beginning, a mere skirmish in a war that stretched far beyond the horizon. The battlefield was not just a physical space, it was the very landscape of our souls, every inch woven with the threads of dreams, despair, and determination. And so, we stood together, hearts pounding, eyes fierce, ready to confront whatever awaited us in the shadows. The night was still young, and the real fight was just beginning. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and fear, a palpable tension curling through the Roman camp like smoke from a dying fire. I stood amidst the chaos, the drums of war thrumming in my chest, my heart racing like a runaway horse. Supplies empty, men hollow-eyed, every breath a reminder of the desperation that clawed at our throats. I remember the way Marcus's hands trembled as he clutched a fraying map, the corner of his mouth twitching like a man about to crack under the weight of the world. "We can't go on like this," he said, his voice a whisper clawing for strength, as if the very air was too thick for words. And there, in the fading twilight, the shadows danced and whispered secrets, secrets that sent chills down my spine. I remember the way the darkness crept in, wrapping around the tents like a serpent ready to strike. Supplies were dwindling, the rations reduced to crusts of stale bread and rancid cheese, a sickening reminder of our dwindling hope. It gnawed at us, a phantom hunger more insatiable than the real kind. A heavy silence settled over the camp one night, broken only by the distant sounds of a soldier's sobs. Lucius, a giant of a man who had once laughed louder than the clank of armor, now curled up like a child, his body trembling with each desperate gasp. "I can't," he cried, the rawness of his voice tearing at the fabric of the night. "I can't do this anymore." I remember standing over him, feeling the weight of my own fear creep over my shoulders. I had seen men fall, brave men, laughing men, drowned by the void of despair. Each day bled into the next, the sun rising like a cruel joke, illuminating the faces of men who once marched proudly, now shadows of their former selves. Supplies were more than mere items, they were lifelines, tethered to our very existence, and yet, we were running on fumes. I remember the rattle of barrels, the crinkle of parchment, the way the air would crackle with tension. "We need to send scouts," Marcus insisted one evening, even as the sun set fire to the horizon, painting the world in shades of blood and rust. "But where? What if we don't return?" My voice trembled, doubt spearing through my resolve. And so, the idea hung in the air like a specter, a gamble we couldn't afford but had no choice but to take. "You're sending them to die," Lucius spat, rising with the fury of a storm. "You'll bury them out there." But the fear in his eyes betrayed him, and I wondered if it was the thought of death that terrified him, or the thought of living another day in this hell. As the moon cast a ghostly glow over the camp, we gathered around, the flickering light revealing faces carved from stone, hardened by battles lost, by comrades buried beneath the weight of our collective failures. I remember Marcus's fierce determination, his spirit unyielding even in the face of despair. "If we don't risk it, we lose everything." "We owe it to them," he declared, but what did we owe them? A slow death? The bitterness of regret? The night wore on, heavy and thick, each minute dragging, a countdown to something inevitable. The echoes of laughter had long since faded, replaced by the rasp of voices too weary to yield. I remember my own reflection in the stillness of the night, the ghost of a smile long forgotten, the warmth of hope slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. We chose our scouts as dawn broke, the golden light slicing through the darkness like a blade. Each man volunteered, stepping forward as if answering a calling, but I saw the glimmer of fear in their eyes, a trembling resolve behind brave facades. "I'll bring back something," one of them promised, a tremor in his voice. "I swear it." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to clutch that promise to my chest like a relic, a talisman against the encroaching shadows. But I also knew that hope had grown brittle, it cracked under pressure, leaving behind nothing but jagged edges. I remember the sound of their footsteps as they departed, a fading echo that clawed at my heart. They didn't look back. They couldn't afford to. Days passed, stretching into an eternity, each second marked by the gnawing silence and the palpable dread. Each man counted the fading rations, the empty barrels, and the tightening circle of desperation. Hope was a fragile thing, and with every passing moment, it felt like we were losing our grip. I remember standing before the dwindling fire one night, the light flickering like the weak pulse of a dying heart. What if they don't come back? I whispered, though I feared the answer. The shadows seemed to listen, to hold their breath, and that's when I felt it, a cold hand gripping my heart, the icy fingers of fate tracing the lines of our mortality. I could almost hear the laughter of the gods, a mocking chorus echoing through the night. "What's that?" Lucius asked, his eyes darting toward the darkness. "Did you hear something?" My heart raced, pounding like a war drum, anticipation curling in my stomach like a serpent. And then, a figure appeared, shrouded in dust and shadows, collapsing at the edge of the camp. It was one of ours, but battered and bruised, a ghost of the man we had sent out, and hope crumbled. The sun had risen and fallen, but we remained trapped in an endless night, a cycle of dread and despair, each heartbeat a reminder of our impending doom. "Supplies," he gasped, his voice a ragged whisper splintering in the air. They're gone." In that moment, every heart stilled, the weight of his words settling over us like a death shroud. The silence was deafening, a void that swallowed our dreams. I remember the way Marcus's gaze fell, the flicker of defiance extinguished in his eyes. "What do we do now?" he murmured, a question that echoed endlessly, swallowed by the darkening skies. And just like that, the air turned electric, charged with a tension that rattled through our bones. We were lost, standing on the precipice of oblivion, looking into the abyss together. As the stars held their breath above us, I realized that our true battle had just begun, not with swords or shields, but with the haunting specter of despair that threatened to consume us whole. Time would slip through our fingers, but in that moment, we stood together, a ragged band of men clinging to the last flickering ember of hope. I remember the weight of the night pressing down, heavy with the promise of what was to come. Because in the depths of despair, we found something raw and fierce, an ember waiting to ignite. And as the darkness loomed, we prepared to confront our demons, not knowing that the real fight lay ahead, just beyond the horizon. The air was thick with the scent of fear, an acrid flavor that clung to the back of the throat and sent shivers along the spine. Outside, the moon hung low, a silver coin between the promise of dawn and the shadows of the night, casting its ghostly light on the men huddled together. They were a tightly wound coil of nerves, minds racing with the unspoken dread of what awaited them at first light. Each breath was a labor, a heavy weight that felt like it could snap the very fibers of their souls. I remember the way Thomas's hands trembled, the knuckles white, as he clutched the hilt of his sword. He was a man of few words, a soldier molded by the fires of war, yet tonight he was stripped bare, vulnerable in ways I hadn't seen before. "What if tomorrow is the end?" he whispered, his voice a mere rustle against the backdrop of ominous silence. The flickering torchlight danced on his face, illuminating the sweat beading on his brow, and for the first time, I saw the child behind the warrior, a boy who had traded innocence for blood. "Stop," I said sharply, the words slicing through the tension like a knife. "Stop thinking like that." But the truth hung heavy in the air, a weight that bore down on all of us. The unspoken what-ifs loomed larger than the distant hills, casting shadows deeper than any night. I felt the gaze of Elena on me, fierce and unwavering. She sat cross-legged on the damp ground, her dark hair falling about her shoulders like a raven's wings, a stark contrast to the pallor of her skin. She had always been a beacon, the heart of our band, but tonight, fear twisted in her chest like a serpent. "We'll fight, and we'll win," she said, but her voice trembled like a candle in a storm. "We have to." But I remembered the faces of those we had lost, friends turned to ghosts, whispers on the wind. Each name echoed in my mind, a haunting refrain of laughter turned to screams. "And what if we don't?" I countered, the question a bitter pebble lodged in my throat. "What if we're just another wave crashing against the rocks?" I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, a crack forming in her armor. The weight of the night pressed down as the campfires crackled, their flames like memories, flickering, vulnerable, and all too easily extinguished. The men around us kept their counsel, the silence thick with unvoiced thoughts and emotions unsaid. The weight of uncertainty hung like a shroud, wrapping around each soldier, each heart cradling its own fear, its own regrets. I rubbed my temples, trying to dispel the chaos swirling within. The plans had been laid, strategies devised with the precision of a dance, yet the rhythm felt off. In the quiet corners of my mind, I could hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of the impending storm. Time felt elastic, stretching endlessly until it snapped back, leaving us in the rawness of the moment. And then, from the shadows, a figure emerged, old Garin, the veteran whose scars told stories of battles long forgotten and victories shadowed by loss. His voice, gravelly yet steady, broke the silence. "You all think too much. Tomorrow is tomorrow. It'll come whether you're ready or not. You fought before, you'll fight again." But the words, while comforting, felt like a bandage over a wound that needed stitching. "Garin, tell us about the last battle," I urged, searching for a thread of courage in his tales, a glimmer of bravery to cling to. "What was it like?" I remember leaning closer, but his eyes clouded, lost somewhere in the fog of his past. "It was chaos," he murmured, a shudder running through him. "Screams and smoke, the scent of iron and loss in the air. I lost men that day, good men. And for what? A piece of land? An honor? You think it matters? We're dust. Just shadows in the end." His words sent a chill down my spine, resonating with the dark thoughts already spiraling within. A creeping realization clawed at my insides, perhaps we were all just ghosts waiting to be forgotten. Elena clenched her fists, determination flaring in her eyes. "We fight for each other," she declared, the firelight igniting her spirit. "For every life we hold dear." But even as she spoke, I could see the flickering fire of doubt in her eyes. What if love wasn't enough? The night deepened, wrapping around us in its embrace, the stars winking down like distant memories. I caught Thomas's gaze, and for a moment, the world fell away, leaving just the two of us. "Whatever happens," he said, his voice steadying, "I won't let you fall." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe that the bonds we forged in the fires of adversity could withstand the crush of fate. But as I looked around, I saw the fear mirrored in the faces of every soldier, the weight of uncertainty pulling them down like leaden chains. The hours passed under the heavy blanket of night, each tick of time another nail in the coffin of tomorrow's conflict. The plans had been drawn, the map spread out like lifelines, yet beneath it all lay the raw, pulsating dread. I turned my eyes back to the campfire, watching the flames dance and sway, as if they too were caught in the pull of fate, teetering between life and death. The battle hung on a knife's edge, the promise of dawn laden with potential and peril. There were no guarantees, no easy answers, just the haunting echoes of our fears. The night wore on, stretching into eternity, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragile thread that held us together. As I closed my eyes, I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, their voices rising with the smoke, a haunting lullaby that wrapped around me like a shroud. But amidst the dread, there was something else, a flicker of hope buried beneath the layers of despair, a promise that no matter the outcome, we'd face it together. Tomorrow would come, with its own set of trials and triumphs, and we would be ready, for better or for worse. The battle was not just against an enemy out there, it was within us, echoing through the night, waiting to be set free. The air crackles with tension, a heavy blanket of anticipation draped over the crowd like a shroud. I stand at the edge of the square, my heart pounding against my ribcage like a prisoner desperate for escape. The world around me blurs, the faces, the voices, the evening sky painted in bruised hues of purple and ash. A weight settles in my stomach. It's that moment right before a storm when the heavens hold their breath, and you know, deep down, that something is about to shatter the silence. Then, a shout pierces the air, a call to arms, raw and primal. It reverberates through the cobblestones, sending ripples of dread through the throng. I can see her, the girl with the fierce green eyes, fire flickering in her dark hair, as she clutches a sword that glints like a sliver of the moon. Eleanor. Determined, reckless, like a comet streaking through the night, she has always been the one to ignite the spark. But that light dances dangerously close to a flame that could consume her. "Come on," she yells, her voice cracking like thunder, a rallying cry that stirs something deep within me. I feel the pull, an electric current of loyalty and fear, an ache that thrums in my veins. She's not just fighting for us, she's fighting for something larger, something that transcends the chaos. It's the ghost of a dream, a future we barely dared to whisper about, now hanging by a thread. Beside me, Thomas shifts, his brow furrowed, eyes darting from Eleanor to the encroaching shadows. He's a brick wall, sturdy yet vulnerable, a man who wears his scars like armor, who has lost too much to the cruelty of fate. "We can't," he mutters, each syllable steeped in despair. "Not like this. Not now." Yet his voice trembles with the weight of his fears, the way a leaf quivers before it's torn from its branch. I glance at him, and it hits me, he's wrestling with demons, just as I am. The drums of war pound in the distance, a rhythm that stirs the soul, a heartbeat that synchronizes with my own. I remember the nights we spent dreaming of freedom, the laughter that echoed in the alleys, the plans we made, thinking we were invincible. I remember the way the world felt infinite, possibilities stretching like the stars above us. But those stars are now swallowed by darkness, a reminder that hope can be as fleeting as a breath. Will we be reduced to ghosts, mere memories in the wind? The shadowy figures emerge, their intentions cloaked in menace, like specters born from the depths of nightmares. The air thickens with the taste of iron and fear. Each face is a mask, a blank slate that tells no stories, a band of misfits drawn together by a single, twisted purpose. They move like shadows in the flickering light, and as they draw closer, I catch the glint of cold steel, the promise of pain lurking within their grasp. Eleanor steps forward, defiance radiating from her like a beacon. "You don't scare us," she shouts, and her bravado sends shockwaves through the crowd. Yet beneath her bravado, I see the flicker of uncertainty, a crack in the armor she wears so bravely. She's fighting her own battle between fear and courage, and I want to reach out, to anchor her to this moment, to remind her of the warmth of our shared dreams. But the words catch in my throat, choked by the weight of everything at stake. Thomas shifts again, his body tense, caught between the urge to protect and the reality of our dwindling options. "Eleanor," he begins, but before he can finish, the first clash rings out, a sound that shatters the air like glass. A sword meets a shield, a sickening metallic screech that reverberates in my bones. The battle erupts like a wildfire, each movement swift and chaotic, a dance of survival where every step could lead to salvation or death. I'm swept into the fray, adrenaline coursing through my veins like molten fire. I see faces twisted in rage, hear the clash of steel, the screams that pierce through the night like a siren's wail, pulling at my sanity. I remember the stories we told as children, brave knights and valiant heroes, tales wrapped in gold and glory. But this isn't that story. There's no honor here, no glory, only raw survival, primal instincts clawing their way to the surface. Eleanor fights with a ferocity that ignites the crowd, her strikes fierce and unyielding. But I see the moment her blade falters, the second her confidence shatters, and a figure lunges at her, a dark silhouette, eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Time freezes as I watch, helpless, my heart wrenched in a vice of dread. "Eleanor!" I scream, the word bursting from my lips like a desperate prayer. I feel my body move before my mind fully comprehends the danger. I push forward, adrenaline flooding my senses, every heartbeat a drum urging me on. The clash is deafening, a cacophony of life and death. I intercept the blow, my hands trembling as I connect with the weight of steel. The shock reverberates through my bones, and I lock eyes with Eleanor, hers wide with shock and gratitude, a moment suspended in time where the world fades, leaving just the two of us tangled in this chaotic dance. But the enemy doesn't relent. They press forward, a relentless tide of horrors crashing against our fragile defenses. I feel the fear clawing at my throat, the panic threatening to swallow me whole. Each breath is a struggle, each heartbeat a reminder that the nightmare is real. The shadows twist and writhe, ghosts of our former selves, and with every swing of the sword, I wonder if I'm carving our fate or merely etching our demise. In this moment, clarity washes over me like a cold stream. We're fighting not just for ourselves, but for every fleeting moment we've shared, every laugh, every tear, every dream whispered under the veil of stars. The memories merge into a single truth: we are alive, fighting against the abyss, and as long as we stand together, we refuse to be silenced. Yet the night is far from over. The clash continues, a symphony of chaos that will reverberate long after the echoes fade. The stars above flicker in and out, a cosmic reminder of the fragility of existence. I grasp Eleanor's hand, and together, we push forward into the heart of the storm, our spirits ignited by the haunting cries of battle, the ghosts of our hopes entwined with the shadows of despair. And as the first clash envelops us, I know we are forever changed. The battle has begun, but the fight for our souls is just beginning. The sun hung low in the sky, bleeding its last light onto the jagged ridges of the land, casting long shadows that danced like specters across the battlefield. I could taste the urgency in the air, a metallic tang that mingled with the chaos of war. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribcage, the ground beneath me vibrating with the distant drums of battle, a heartbeat that resonated with my own fear. Lila was crouched nearby, her fingers digging into the dirt, her breath shallow and hurried. She was more than just a fighter, she was my anchor, my tether to sanity amidst the storm of chaos. "We can't be here," she whispered, her voice trembling. "The hills, they're cursed." I could see it in her eyes, the dread that threatened to consume her. The terrain was unforgiving, every rise and fall held memories of bloodshed, stories of betrayal soaked deep into the soil. "But where else can we go?" I snapped back, frustration clawing at my throat. "We're trapped here." I remembered the ghostly whispers that haunted these hills, of men who fought and died, their souls forever bound to the very ground that now felt like a grave. The memory surged like a tide, crashing against the shore of my mind. I could still hear their pleas, their cries for vengeance, echoing in the winds that whistled through the trees. Somewhere to my left, I could see Marcus, his face a mask of steely determination, but his eyes betrayed him. They were wide, wild with panic, flickering like a candle about to be snuffed out. "We have to hold this ground," he roared, as if his voice alone could change the course of fate. He was a good man, a loyal soldier, but the weight of his past hung heavy between us. The mistakes he'd made were carved into his very essence, and I felt the gravity of his despair. "Marcus, listen to me!" I shouted, desperation clawing at my insides. "We're outnumbered, outmaneuvered. The terrain, it's against us. The battleground stretched out before us like a living entity, every crevice and rise a cruel joke played by nature. The hills were steep, treacherous, and offered no cover, no sanctuary. It won't end well. We'll become shadows, ghosts of what we once were. But we can't just give up." He was on the brink, teetering between hope and resignation. I could see him grasping for something, anything, to hold on to. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that it was okay to feel fear, to be human in this monstrous landscape. But there was no time, no space for tenderness now. The sound of thunderous hooves echoed in the distance, drawing closer, a grim reminder of the inevitable. I could see them now, a wave of armor and fury, sweeping across the valley, ready to consume all in their path. Each rider was a death knell, galloping toward us like a relentless tide. My heart quickened, and I could feel Lila's hand tighten around mine, our fingers intertwining, a silent promise to face this together. "Stand your ground!" Marcus yelled, his voice cracking with the weight of his conviction. It was a futile command. I could see the fear seeping into the ranks of our comrades, their faces pale and drawn. The terrain, that unforgiving beast, loomed large, every rock, every incline a reminder of our mortality. "We're going to die here," I said, barely above a whisper, a confession beneath the cacophony. I could see the panic reflected in Lila's eyes, and it tore at me, a visceral ache that threatened to shatter my resolve. "I don't want to die in this cursed place." The shadows loomed larger, whispering secrets of those who had fallen before us. And then it came, the first clash, like thunder breaking the silence. Metal met metal, the sound tearing through the air, shattering the fragile stillness. The earth shook beneath our feet, vibrating with the fury of the battle unleashed. I could feel every blow, every scream reverberating within me, striking chords of fear and adrenaline. "Fight!" Marcus shouted, his voice a beacon amidst the chaos. He surged forward, leading the charge, a man possessed, driven by the demons of his past. I wanted to follow, to fight beside him, but I was anchored by a force deeper than despair. "Lila, we have to," but she was gone, slipping through the chaos like a wisp of smoke. I turned, frantically searching for her, the ground shifting beneath my feet. Panic clawed at my throat, choking me as I fought through the throngs of men, each face a blur of fear and fury. I screamed her name, the sound lost in the cacophony, swallowed by the shadows that crept closer. The terrain was alive, a malevolent force, pulling us into its depths. I stumbled, falling to my knees, the dirt biting into my palms. The echoes of the past surged around me, drowning me in despair. I could see faces, men I had fought beside, their once vibrant eyes now hollow, staring out from the darkness. What have we done? I thought, the weight of our choices crashing down like a tidal wave. Then I saw her, a glimpse of gold, a flash of defiance. Lila, standing her ground, her sword gleaming in the dying light. She was the embodiment of hope, a flicker in the storm, and I felt a fierce surge of love swell within me. Fight! We fight for each other! I screamed, rising to my feet, heart pounding, the terrain shifting beneath me, urging me forward. As I charged toward her, the ground beneath transformed into a battlefield of memories. Each step echoed with the sorrow of those who fought before us, their voices a haunting symphony that intertwined with our own. The weight of their pain was palpable, but so was the fire that ignited within me. We would not become ghosts. We would carve our place into this cursed land. In that moment, the terrain was no longer our enemy. It was a canvas, painted with the blood of our ancestors, and we were the brush strokes, bold and vibrant, clashing against the inevitable darkness. The battle raged on, and as I reached Lila's side, we stood together, defiant against the tide, a flicker of resistance in an unforgiving world. The hills may have been cursed, but they would not claim us without a fight. We were alive, and as long as we breathed, we would face the storm, hand in hand, hearts entwined, an unbreakable bond forged in the wildfire of battle. And as the echoes of the past roared around us, a new chapter began to unfold, one where we would etch our stories into the very fabric of this unforgiving terrain. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, as I stood in the fading light, the shadows whispering secrets I dared not acknowledge. I remember the moment vividly. Hannibal was gone. The space he left behind felt like a gaping wound, raw and oozing uncertainty. The city around me held its breath, teetering on the brink of chaos. I could almost hear the collective heartbeat of the streets, each pulse a reminder of the absence that gnawed at the edges of my mind. There was a chill in the air, not just from the approaching night but from the icy grip of fear that clutched my heart. My fingers trembled as I clenched them into fists, my mind racing with thoughts of what he had done and what was yet to come. I had pushed him away, shunned the darkness he embodied, and now I was left to grapple with the consequences of my own cowardice. I could see Clara, the one person who understood the depths of my turmoil. Her eyes, usually so bright and full of life, were now clouded with worry and regret. She was the anchor I didn't deserve, yet here she was, casting her light into my murky abyss. "Where is he?" she demanded, her voice a fierce whisper. I wanted to look away, to deny the truth that hung between us like a noose, but I couldn't. I was trapped in a web of my own making, and the realization felt like needles piercing my skin. The absence of Hannibal was more than just a physical void, it was a void of morality, of sanity, a chasm that threatened to swallow us whole. "I don't know," I replied, the words tasting bitter on my tongue, a confession laced with venom. Each syllable was heavy with guilt, a reminder that I had turned my back on a man who had danced with madness and yet somehow offered me clarity. The irony was cruel, almost poetic. Hannibal, the architect of chaos, had been the only one who could see through the fog of my self-loathing. And now, without him, I was adrift in a sea of confusion. The cityscape loomed around us, a jagged silhouette against the darkening sky, each building a sentinel of our shared despair. Clara's grip tightened on my arm, her pulse racing like a clock ticking down to midnight. "We need to find him before it's too late," she urged, her voice trembling with an intensity that threatened to shatter the fragile walls we had built. I could feel her fear, palpable and raw, and it mirrored my own, a reflection of the storm raging within us both. As we moved through the streets, the shadows danced ominously, teasing us with glimpses of what lay ahead. Every corner we turned echoed with the whispers of the past. I remembered the nights spent in Hannibal's company, the laughter that once filled the air now replaced by an eerie silence. He had a way of drawing out our deepest fears, making us confront them head-on. But in his absence, those fears festered, growing into monstrous shapes that threatened to consume us. I stumbled over a crack in the pavement, the world tilting for a moment, a reminder that instability lurked just beneath the surface. Clara shot me a concerned glance, her brow furrowing in worry. "Stay with me," she urged, her voice an anchor in the storm. I wanted to reassure her, to promise that everything would be all right, but the words caught in my throat. How could I promise her safety when my own heart was a battleground? "Do you think he'll come back?" I asked, the question slipping out before I could stop myself. The uncertainty loomed like a spectre, taunting us with its silent menace. Clara paused, her expression shifting to one of contemplation. "I don't know," she finally admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "But we can't let him go without a fight." The resolve in her words struck me like lightning, igniting a spark of determination within the depths of my despair. I remembered all the times we had stood together against the tide, battling our inner demons. We were warriors in our own right, even if our swords were forged from doubt and insecurity. With Hannibal missing, we were not just fighting for him, we were fighting for ourselves, for the fragile hope that flickered within us still. As we pressed forward, the shadows deepened, swallowing the light whole. The city seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the storm to break. I could feel the weight of time pressing down on us, the relentless ticking of a clock echoing in my ears. Each moment stretched into infinity, and I could sense that something terrible was coming, a reckoning that would shatter the fragile peace we had clung to. Then, in the thick of the silence, a sound broke through, a low, haunting melody that curled around us like smoke. It was the kind of music that seeped into your bones, a dirge for the lost and forgotten. I turned to Clara, her face pale, and we both knew we were on the brink of something we could not understand. The rhythm of our heart synced with the haunting notes, a chilling reminder of the consequences of our choices. The night was alive with the promise of reckoning, and we were merely players in a twisted game. "Do you hear that?" I asked, my voice almost lost in the cacophony of our thoughts. Clara nodded, her eyes wide with fear and wonder. It was a sound that pulled at the strings of reality, beckoning us closer to the heart of the darkness that had engulfed us. Every step was a decision, and every breath weighed heavy with anticipation. The air shimmered with an electric tension, and I felt the world around us shift, the lines between chaos and clarity blurring into a haunting dance. In the distance, beyond the horizon of shadows, something stirred, a promise of resolution, an echo of the chaos we had long avoided. I remembered the stories we had shared, the laughter that had once filled our hearts. But now, those memories were tinged with an urgency that left no room for nostalgia. We were on the cusp of a confrontation, and the stakes had never been higher. There was no turning back. The city pulsed around us, a living entity that mirrored our turmoil, and I could feel the darkness closing in. It was a song of sorrow and longing, a reminder of the ghosts that haunted us. I could hear Hannibal's laughter in the distance, an echo of what once was, and I felt the heavy weight of despair settle around my shoulders. Clara's hand slipped into mine, a lifeline in the tempest, and together we took a steadying breath. "Whatever happens, we face it together," she said, her voice a soothing balm. "We will not let his absence define us." And as we stepped into the shadows, I felt the uncertainty swirl around us, a storm waiting to break. The night was dark, the city alive with secrets, and in that moment, we became a part of something larger, a tapestry of loss, love, and the relentless pursuit of truth. The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that we were running out of time. The absence of Hannibal loomed like a spectre, but we were determined to confront the implications and consequences of the darkness he had left behind. The haunting melody guided us deeper, and with every footfall, we moved closer to the heart of the storm, where our fates intertwined, and the reckoning awaited. A quiet terror hung in the air, thick enough to choke. The night sky, a black ocean, swallowed the distant cries of the battlefield, those echoes, haunting reminders of lives lost, promises broken. I stood there, heart pounding, sweat mixing with the dirt and blood on my hands, as darkness clawed at the edges of my mind. My breath was jagged, each inhale a reminder of the weight of the moment, the urgency of our situation. The battle could erupt any second, and I could feel it, deep in my bones. I remember Rufus, his face a mask of determination, eyes fierce like burning coals. He was my friend, my brother in arms, and yet we stood at the precipice of doubt. I could see the shadows of the enemy creeping closer, watching us with an intensity that made my skin crawl. They outnumbered us, our flank hung like ripe fruit, vulnerable, ready to be plucked. "We have to move," he whispered, but his voice trembled, a crack in the facade of his strength. I watched him, every pulse of his throat a reminder of the fragility of life in that grim world. Then there was Marcus, the reluctant soldier, the dreamer who had once spoken of peace and gardens, now trapped in the hell of steel and screams. I caught him staring at the stars, those distant suns that felt impossibly far. What were we thinking? His voice quaked, caught between desperation and disbelief. "We're not heroes, we're just men." I wanted to tell him that we could be both, but the truth hung heavy in the air. I felt the weight of my own fear, intermingled with the guilt of sending Marcus into this inferno. He was too good for this world, too kind for bloodshed, and yet here we were, each heartbeat a reminder of the moral abyss we stood over. The enemy, cloaked in dark armor, slinked through the underbrush like lions stalking their prey. I could feel their tension, the air vibrating with their anticipation. What would happen when they struck? Would it be swift and brutal, or would it stretch into a night filled with the agony of screams? I clutched my sword, the hilt cool beneath my fingers, and the thought of betrayal gnawed at my gut. If we failed to hold our ground, everything, my dreams, my life, my love, would vanish into the void. "Make ready!" Rufus barked, snapping me back to the moment. His voice cut through the fog of despair, a rallying cry that clung to the air like smoke. The soldiers around us shuffled, tightening grips on their weapons, faces set in grim determination. I stole a glance at Marcus, who swallowed hard, eyes wide with unspoken terror. He was a poet in a world of violence, and I could feel the clash of those two identities rip through him. I remembered the stories, the Roman legions, disciplined and unyielding, marching with the precision of a symphony. Their flanking maneuvers, a ballet of death, swift and decisive, leaving enemies gasping in defeat. I wondered if we could summon that same energy. The plan was simple, yet fraught with peril: strike hard, strike fast, and if they came at our flanks, we would hold the line. I kept repeating it in my mind, a mantra to drown out the chaos. But as I stood there, staring into the abyss, I felt the ghost of doubt creep in. What if we failed? What if we lost everything? Time seemed to stretch, each moment a painful eternity as I felt the weight of the cosmos press down on me. The stars blinked down, indifferent to our struggles, and I realized, in that fleeting moment, that we were but tiny specks in a vast universe. Even our desires seemed insignificant against the backdrop of eternity. Then the silence shattered. It was a cry, a battle cry that echoed through the night, rending the fabric of stillness. Rufus's face hardened, and before I could process the impending doom, he charged forward, rallying our men. "For honor," he roared, his voice like thunder, igniting a fire in our hearts, a desperate surge of adrenaline. And then it was chaos. Metal clashed, the ground shook, and the very air became electric with the fury of combat. I fought like a man possessed, each swing of my sword a desperate attempt to carve out a future, to protect my comrades, to save Marcus from this madness. I saw Rufus at the front, a beacon of rage and bravery, but even he could falter. I felt my breath hitch as I saw a dark figure loom behind him, blade poised to strike. I screamed, but sound left my throat in a strangled whisper. I lunged, adrenaline surging through my veins, my body moving without thought. Time slowed, the world narrowing to that singular moment of action. I remember the sickening thud as my weapon connected, the man collapsing like a marionette with its strings cut. Rufus turned, eyes wide, flooded with gratitude and horror. "You saved me," he gasped, and I felt the warmth of his blood staining my hands, the weight of his life resting on my shoulders. And just like that, the tide turned. The enemy faltered, confusion rippling through their ranks. I felt the energy shift, the momentum slide in our favor, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that clung to my bones. Did it matter? Victory tasted bitter on my tongue, and as I turned to look for Marcus, panic surged through me. Where was he? In the chaos, he stood alone, surrounded by shadow and steel, a terrified fawn amidst a pack of wolves. "Marcus!" I screamed, but the world had grown too loud, too chaotic. Everything felt like a fever dream, a nightmare from which I could not awaken. I pushed through the maelstrom, my heart racing, each beat a drum of impending doom. I remember the moment we locked eyes, the terror on his face cutting deeper than any blade. I reached out, but time mocked me, drawing the seconds out like an eternity. And suddenly, the ground beneath us shifted. The flanking maneuver was not just a strategy, it was our lifeline, our only chance to survive. As I charged forward, I felt the pull of fate, a cosmic dance of destruction and rebirth. The night grew darker, the stars dimming as the shadows of our struggles loomed larger. I could feel the world collapsing, the weight of our choices bearing down like an iron vice. And yet, in that crushing moment, I understood, this wasn't just a battle for survival, it was a struggle for the very essence of who we were, who we could be. With every thrust of my sword, I fought not just for victory but for redemption. And as I plunged into the chaos, I knew one thing for certain, we would fight to the last breath, a testament to the human spirit's refusal to bow, even when the cosmos conspired against us. The flanking maneuver was not merely a tactic, it was our rallying cry, our heartbeat, our defiance against the void. The battle raged on, a tapestry of life and death woven into the fabric of history, and as I pushed forward into that darkness, I felt the weight of eternity on my shoulders. The night was still young, and our story had only just begun. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and blood, and above it all loomed the haunting silence, an eerie lull before the storm. I could barely hear my own heartbeat thrumming in my chest, a frantic metronome counting down to catastrophe. The wind whispered secrets through the trees, a cruel reminder that nature was unaware of the chaos brewing in the valley below. I stood at the edge, watching the battleground, my pulse racing as shadows danced upon the field like restless spirits. There was something raw about the moment. I remember the chill of the air biting at my skin, the way it felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash, the moment when flesh would meet steel, and all that remained would be echoes. I could see Thomas, his face drawn tight, eyes wild with a mixture of fear and determination. He was just a boy, barely old enough to grow a beard, yet there he stood, clutching his sword as if it were a lifeline, a fragile hope in a world that had forgotten mercy. I remember the way he looked at me, as if I held the answers to questions he dared not ask. "What if I don't come back?" His voice trembled, breaking the stillness, resonating with the universal fear that gnawed at every heart that day. My own throat tightened. I wanted to tell him he would, that we would share a drink at the tavern, laugh about the absurdity of it all, but the truth sat heavy on my tongue. "You will," I said, the words tasting bitter and false, a promise wrapped in uncertainty. And then there was Eliza, fierce and fiery, her spirit igniting the air around her. She stood among the ranks of our weary fighters, her armor gleaming, a beacon of defiance against the impending darkness. I could see her jaw set, lips pressed into a thin line, ready to charge into the fray as if the weight of the world rested on her shoulders. "For honor," she shouted, and the words echoed like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of those who dared to follow her into the fray. I could feel the energy shift, a surge of adrenaline coursing through the crowd, but beneath it all lay the fear, the gnawing doubt that we were mere pawns in a game dictated by hands that did not care for our fate. The drums of war began to beat, a primal rhythm that thrummed through the earth and into our bones. Each thud resonated with an urgency that made the air pulse, a heartbeat of a world on the brink. I remember clenching my fists, feeling the skin stretch tight across my knuckles, a reminder of the fragility of life. In that moment, time felt elastic, stretching and warping as if it were mocking our anticipation, taunting us with the weight of what was to come. And then it happened, the first clash of metal on metal, a sickening sound that shattered the silence like glass shattering on stone. It was chaos unleashed, a cacophony of screams and shouts, the air thick with the acrid scent of sweat mingling with the metallic tang of blood. I felt as if the world had turned inside out, a grotesque ballet of violence where each movement was choreographed with reckless abandon. Thomas was swept into the maelstrom, his youthful face a mask of terror and resolve. I could barely watch as he swung his sword, each strike filled with the weight of his fear, his desperation. "Don't think. Just act." I wanted to scream, but my voice was lost in the chaos, drowned out by the cries of the dying. Time felt like a cruel joke, each second stretching into eternity, every heartbeat a reminder of how close we danced to the edge of oblivion. And Eliza, God, Eliza! She was a tempest, a whirlwind charging through the enemy ranks, her blade slicing through the air with a fury that was both intoxicating and horrifying. I remember the way her hair whipped around her face, a banner of defiance, as she fought like a woman possessed. There was beauty in her movement, a brutal grace that drew the eye even amidst the horror. But beauty is a fragile thing, and in the blink of an eye, it could shatter. I remember the moment like it was etched into my soul, the way the sun dipped behind the clouds, casting a shadow as dark as despair itself. One moment she was a force of nature, and the next, she was falling. A blade flashed, glinting like a star, and then it was over, a quick thrust, a gasp, and she crumpled to the ground. My breath caught in my throat, the world narrowing to the scream of my heart as I watched her fall, the defiance draining from her body like water slipping through fingers. Eliza! I screamed, my voice raw and desperate, but it was swallowed by the chaos, lost amongst the cries of the wounded and dying. Time warped, a cruel trick, pulling me forward and back, thrusting me into moments of despair and fleeting joy, the cost of life measured not in breaths but in memories made in the blink of an eye. I was there, I wasn't there, and then I was there again, cradling Thomas as he stumbled, bloodied and breathless. We have to go, he gasped, and I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the question hanging unspoken between us, what if there was no way out? The battle raged on, an unyielding tide of chaos that swallowed everything in its path. I could feel the ground tremble beneath us, the air thickening with despair, with loss. The moment stretched, pulling my heart in every direction, until it felt like it would snap, like I would shatter under the weight of it all, Thomas, Eliza, the echoes of laughter that had faded into silence. And then, in the midst of the madness, I caught a glimpse of Eliza's figure, rising, defiant against the ground that had tried to claim her. She was a ghost of her former self, blooded but unbowed, the fire still flickering in her eyes. Get up, she roared, a command that resonated through the chaos, igniting the hearts of those around her. We fight! We will not be forgotten! The tide turned, a spark igniting beneath the surface, a flicker of hope igniting in the darkness. Together, we surged forward, driven not by bravado but by the raw, unyielding will to survive, to remember, to honor those who had fought and those who had fallen. I held on to that moment, that pulse of defiance, an ember that refused to be extinguished, a reminder that even amidst the darkest nights, stars could still shine. The battlefield roared, a beast unleashed, and as we charged into the fray, I felt the weight of the world, the heaviness of fate, pressing down upon us, forging our souls in the crucible of battle. We were not just fighting for ourselves, we were fighting for each other, for the ghosts of those who had come before us, for the memory of laughter shared and dreams yet to be fulfilled. And so we plunged into the chaos, into the maw of despair, where every heartbeat echoed the timeless truth, that in the face of oblivion, we would stand, together, unbroken, defiantly alive. The night was thick with tension, a black velvet shroud that pressed against the walls of the dimly lit chamber. Shadows flickered like anxious spirits as Hasdrubal paced, his heart a frantic drum pounding in his chest. The air was stale with fear and urgency, every breath laced with the bitter taste of desperation. Outside, the world was a cacophony of chaos, shouts mingling with the clanging of swords, the cries of men caught in the throes of battle, the very ground trembling under the weight of their resolve. I remember the moment the news arrived. A flickering torch held by a trembling hand, revealing the messenger's pale face, eyes wide with horror. They breach the city. The Roman legions come, like wolves hungry for blood. His voice shattered through the silence, a crack in the fragile calm we clung to. I saw Hasdrubal's jaw tighten, the lines of his face etched deeper, a portrait of a man teetering on the edge of defeat. He was not just a general, he was a father, a brother, a protector of dreams that felt like ghosts slipping through his fingers. With every step he took, the weight of despair echoed in the marrow of his bones. We cannot fall, he muttered, the words barely escaping his lips, suffocated by the gravity of the moment. His eyes found mine, a flicker of vulnerability buried beneath layers of steel and blood. You believe in this cause, don't you? I nodded, though doubt gnawed at the edges of my heart. Belief was a fleeting thing, easily crushed beneath the feet of mighty armies. Beside him stood Lucius, a soldier whose laughter once rang like music in the barracks, now silenced by the spectre of fear. His brow glistened with sweat. The weight of his sword, once a badge of honor, now felt like an albatross. "What if we flee?" he whispered, eyes darting to the window, to the dark horizon where despair loomed like a thundercloud. "What if we abandon this cursed city?" But the look on Hasdrubal's face silenced him. It was a mixture of anger and sorrow, an emotion so raw it felt primal, an animal caught in the snare of its own making. I stood there, watching as each man wrestled with his demons. The ghosts of their choices lingered in the air, thick and suffocating. We were not merely soldiers, we were fathers, sons, lovers, each carrying the weight of family, of a life that could be extinguished at any moment. The clock, relentless and unforgiving, ticked forward, a reminder that time was no ally tonight. "They will find us," Lucius said, his voice cracking, the specter of defeat creeping into his soul. "We're surrounded. We can't fight against," his words trailed off, swallowed by the dread that settled over us like a heavy fog. But Hasdrubal stood firm, a lighthouse in a storm, even as the tempest raged within him. "Desperation breeds innovation," he declared, his eyes fierce, igniting a fire that flickered weakly against the impending darkness. "If we are to go down, we will do so fighting." And there it was, the heartbeat of a plan, the pulse of hope intertwined with anguish. His resolve breathed life into the room, a spark that ignited our spirits despite the uncertainty gnawing at our insides. I could feel it in the air, a shared determination, the kind that binds men together in the face of oblivion. But beneath that, I sensed the looming question: what price would we pay for our defiance? The stakes were high, and the price of failure felt like a noose tightening around our throats. I glanced at Lucius, his face pale, haunted by the thought of death that danced just outside our doors. "We fight to the last man," he murmured, almost to himself, as if uttering the words would somehow shield him from the fate we all were so keenly aware of. Minutes turned into hours as the plans formed like the clouds gathering for a storm. We spoke in hushed tones, the flickering light casting monstrous shadows that mocked our bravery. Hasdrubal's voice was a steady anchor amidst the brewing chaos, each word a lifeline thrown into the tempest of our fear. "We will strike where they least expect it. We will become the ghosts they fear, shadows in the night." I could see the flicker of hope in Lucius's eyes, a tentative light pushing through the suffocating darkness. "And if we fail?" he asked, the question hanging heavy in the air like a sword poised to drop. "If we lose everything?" "Then we will do so together," Hasdrubal replied, his voice unwavering, a promise etched in the very marrow of his being. "We will face what comes, side by side." In that moment, I felt the tether of camaraderie pulling us closer, binding our fates together like the threads of an ancient tapestry, frayed but still holding. The city outside throbbed with the agonized cries of men, the clash of steel like the beat of a war drum, calling us to our destiny. Fear morphed into something else, a primal energy coursing through our veins, igniting a fire in the pit of our stomachs. As night deepened, the weight of our choices settled heavily around us, an oppressive shroud. I could hear the city breathing, the heartbeat of a place teetering on the brink. Every corner held a memory, every shadow a promise. I remember the laughter we once shared, the dreams we spoke of under the stars, now eclipsed by the grim specter of fate. With every heartbeat, the walls drew closer, whispers of death flitting through the air like specters teasing our resolve. But there was no turning back now. As we prepared to step into the maelstrom, I felt the raw intensity of life surging through me, a vivid reminder that even in our darkest moments, we could still find light. And as the clock ticked ever closer to midnight, we braced ourselves for what lay ahead, hearts echoing in unison, ready to become legends or ghosts of a war lost. The thunder of hooves echoed like a heartbeat against the backdrop of the Metaurus River, a relentless rhythm that pulled at the edges of consciousness. I stood there, the air thick with the scent of sweat and fear, each breath a labor. In the distance, the sun hung like a vengeful eye, casting long shadows that reached for the valley floor where soldiers prepared for the inevitable clash. It was a moment pregnant with tension, where silence screamed louder than any battle cry, and the world held its breath. I remember the cavalry, the ironclad storm that charged into the fray. Their horses, massive and muscular, were more than mere beasts. They were living vessels of fury and hope, eyes wide with the madness of war. Among them, Two figures stood out amidst the chaos: Marcus, the brooding captain, a man carved from the sorrow of loss, and Lucius, the reckless firebrand whose laughter rang like a bell, even here on the precipice of despair. The gap between them was a chasm of unspoken words, a battlefield of emotions that mirrored the conflict they were about to face. "Do you think we'll survive this?" Marcus asked, his voice low, a whisper against the cacophony of clanking armor and muffled shouts. His eyes were pools of uncertainty, haunted by the ghosts of those who had fallen before. Lucius, ever the optimist, cracked a grin, a mask for the fear simmering beneath. "Survive? I plan to live like a king or die like a fool. Either way, I'll have a story to tell." But Marcus's gaze drifted past him, locking onto the horizon where the enemy's banners flapped like dark wings, a harbinger of doom. The weight of leadership clawed at his throat, a serpent squeezing tighter with every passing moment. He had once been a soldier who fought for glory. Now, he was a man who fought for redemption in a world that had forgotten how to forgive. The wind shifted, carrying with it the distant cries of men preparing for battle, the sound rising like a haunting hymn echoing from hollowed-out souls. I could feel it gripping my insides, the fear and the anticipation twisting into a single, painful knot. I remember the feeling of dread that set in like an old friend, familiar yet unwelcome, wrapping around my heart. "Remember the last time we rode into a battle?" Lucius said, his voice mocking, yet it trembled like a leaf caught in a storm. "We pranced around like fools, and all we got was a hasty retreat and a good laugh." Marcus's eyes darkened. "This isn't a game, Lucius. These aren't just men out there, they're a force. They will not let us retreat." The gravity of those words hung heavy between them, a reminder of the stakes. Yet the laughter of the past clung to the air like a spectre, mocking the present. Memories of simpler days danced just out of reach, lost beneath the weight of armor and duty. As the cavalry moved forward, a wave of energy surged through them, an electric current of fear and bravery collided in a symphony of chaos. It was visceral, raw, the cavalry charging into the maw of the beast, while the ground trembled beneath the fury of their steeds. Each rider was a heartbeat, a thundering pulse, and within that pulse lay the pain of loss, the fear of failure, and the shimmering hope of victory. The battle erupted like a volcano, fiery and unforgiving. The clash of steel screamed against the horizon, a symphony of violence that reverberated through the bones. I edged closer, heart racing, breath shallow, my mind fighting against the urge to flee. I remember the sounds, the thud of a horse falling, a cry of anguish slicing through the air, the metallic taste of blood mingling with the dirt beneath my feet. Lucius fought with reckless abandon, his sword dancing in the air, a flash of silver that glinted ominously in the sun. "Come on, Marcus! We fight for our lives," he shouted, but I could see the tremor in his hands, the way his eyes darted around, searching for a familiar face among the chaos. There was a wildness in his laughter that belied the fear gripping his heart. Marcus moved with calculated precision, his leadership etched into every strike, every command. He was the anchor in a raging storm, grounding the frantic energy of the cavalry. But each swing of his sword felt heavier, weighted by the ghosts of every man he had led, every man who had fallen under his watch. For them, he shouted, and in those words lay the essence of his soul, a desperate plea for redemption, for the chance to make things right. And then it happened, the moment that shattered the cacophony. Lucius, in a surge of triumph, cut down an enemy soldier, but in that very instant, a shadow loomed over him, a figure cloaked in death. I could see it in slow motion, the way Lucius's laughter turned to a choked gasp as the blade pierced his side. Time hung on a thread, and for a heartbeat, the world went silent. "No!" Marcus roared, his voice a thunderclap that echoed through the chaos. I felt the earth shift beneath me, the landscape morphing into a nightmare. Lucius crumpled, a warrior brought low, and the laughter that had once filled the air was replaced by the haunting silence of loss. I remember that moment, the breath catching in my throat, the air thickening with heartbreak. In that instant, the cavalry became more than just a unit, they were a family, a collective soul bound by the threads of sacrifice and pain. The battle raged on, but all that existed was Lucius, his vibrant spirit extinguished too soon, a beacon drowned in the dark. Marcus, overwhelmed by grief, charged forward, a lion bereft of its pride. I could feel the heat of his fury, the spark of vengeance igniting within him, transforming pain into a blade that cut deeper than steel. The world blurred around him, the enemy forgotten as he fought through the haze of heartbreak. The battle continued, a relentless tide that threatened to swallow them whole. The cavalry surged, each rider fueled by the ghost of laughter, the echoes of dreams, and the haunting reality of loss. I could feel it in my bones, the intensity of their struggle, the weight of their hopes, and the heart-wrenching truth that echoed louder than any battle cry. The Metaurus was not just a river, it was a crucible, forging warriors from the fires of despair and dreams. The sun hung low, a witness to their plight, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers reaching for what was lost. And as the tide of battle ebbed and flowed, I could only stand at the edge, heart pounding, watching the collision of lives and fates, forever caught in the relentless cycle of conflict and consequence. The distant howling of a siren cut through the eerie silence, slicing like a knife through flesh. I stood on the crumbling pavement, heart racing, as the sound spiraled into the night, echoing off empty buildings that loomed like ghosts, each one a testament to the souls that once inhabited them. My breath was shallow, every inhale thick with the metallic taste of fear, as if the very air had been laced with dread. I was lost in a city that once thrived, its streets now haunted by shadows of what used to be. The sky hung heavy like a funeral shroud, dark clouds swirling ominously above, pregnant with the promise of rain, or perhaps something worse. I remember whispering his name, Julian, as if it were a prayer, a desperate mantra to ward off the encroaching darkness. He had been my anchor, my reason to fight against the insidious tide of despair that crept into our lives like a thief in the night. But in war, hope often flickers like a dying flame, and I feared mine was extinguished. "Stay close," I hissed, urgency threading through my voice. I could see the flicker of movement, shadows darting in the corners of my vision. There was Lena, crouched low, her hands trembling as she clutched a rusting rifle. Her face bore the marks of sleepless nights, the kind that gnaw at the edges of sanity. She was fierce, unyielding, yet the weight of her own survival crumbled her resolve. "We can't let them win," she muttered, eyes wide with a blend of defiance and fear. But who was the enemy? The ones with guns? Or the ones in our minds, the specters of doubt and despair? The world around us felt like a twisted stage, and we were but actors in a play written by fear. I remember the first time the bombs fell, the earth shaking beneath us, a warning shot in a game twisted by power and paranoia. We had sat in a dingy cafe, slurping thick coffee that tasted like regret, when the air turned electric, charged with something primal. The sound had come first, a distant rumble like thunder, then the sharp crack of exploding debris, shattering the mundane. We hadn't moved, frozen in time, as if the world had slowed to let us bear witness to our own undoing. "Do you think we'll ever wake up?" Lena's voice broke through my memories, a fragile whisper tinged with hopelessness. The question hung in the air, heavy like the smoke that curled from the city's ruins, and I could only shake my head, the weight of truth unbearable. We were trapped in a nightmare, with no clear exit, no comforting dawn to rouse us from our slumber of despair. I remember Julian's laughter, how it used to fill the air, a vibrant melody that danced through the chaos. Now his absence was a vacuum, a gaping hole where joy once thrived. "People will tell tales," he had said once, eyes sparkling with mischief, "of how we survived. How we were the heroes of our own stories." But the stories we were living now were stitched together with pain, fear, and the relentless echo of what if. As night descended, we moved cautiously through the remnants of the city, our footsteps muffled on the cracked asphalt. I could hear the distant murmur of voices, the unsettling hum of paranoia creeping into our minds, a psychological warfare worse than any bullet. "They're watching," I whispered, as shadows danced along the walls, mocking our every move. The darkness loomed, thick and suffocating, as though it were alive, whispering secrets that played on our deepest fears. "Just keep moving," Lena urged, her voice a strained whisper. The flicker of her flashlight revealed ghostly faces etched in the crumbling concrete, expressions locked in eternal angst, searching for solace. The city had become a mausoleum, where every corner held a memory, a reminder of lives shattered. "We have to find him," I urged, desperation clawing at my throat as I clung to the hope that Julian was out there somewhere, watching over us, or was it a cruel delusion? Time slipped through our fingers like sand, each moment a reminder of our fragility. I felt the weight of the universe on my shoulders, a cosmic joke that twisted my gut. "You think it's always going to be like this?" Lena asked, her voice trembling. "Always fighting, always hiding." I wanted to tell her there was light at the end of this tunnel, but the truth was that I had stopped believing. "Remember how we used to dream?" I replied instead. Dreams of distant lands, of laughter echoing through sunlit fields. Those dreams felt like ancient relics, distant and foreign. We were now ghosts of our former selves, drifting through the ruins of our own lives, grappling with the invisible chains of war. And then, a scream pierced the night, raw and visceral, a guttural sound that sent shards of terror racing through me. "Lena!" I shouted, but the darkness swallowed her name. I rushed forward, the world around me blurring, heart pounding like a war drum in my ears. I felt the adrenaline surging, yet every step was weighed down by the crushing reality of loss. The shadows danced feverishly, and I stumbled into a clearing. There he was, Julian. Bloodied, battered, but alive. My heart soared, a momentary spark in the oppressive gloom. But lurking behind that relief was the truth, the haunting realization of what we had become. This was no fairy tale reunion, this was a confrontation with our own demons, a battle for sanity in a world unraveling at the seams. "Julian," I thought, but the words fell away, lost in the chaos of our emotions. The world around us faded, replaced by a haunting silence, a pause before the storm. We stood there, three broken souls connected by the weight of our experiences, trapped in a web woven by fear, loss, and the fragile threads of hope. As I gazed into Julian's eyes, I saw the ghosts of our dreams flickering, dim yet persistent. War had not just ravaged our city, it had infiltrated our very beings, turning us into something unrecognizable. The air was thick with unspoken words, a tension that thrummed in the silence. I felt the cosmic clock ticking, each second a reminder that we were running out of time, yet the bond between us held firm, a fragile lifeline in the tempest. We were still here, still fighting, and in that moment, as the darkness pressed in around us, I clung to that truth like a beacon. In a world steeped in psychological warfare, what mattered was the heart, raw, exposed, and trembling, yet defiant. Together, we would confront whatever shadows lay ahead, whatever ghosts haunted our pasts. This was only the beginning, a single breath before the storm unleashed its fury. And as I stood there, surrounded by the weight of our unyielding spirits, I understood, this was our battle, ours to fight, and we would not go quietly into that night. The ground trembles, as if the earth itself is mourning. Smoke hangs heavy in the air, a shroud of despair. I stand there, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat, listening to the silence that follows the storm. Broken bodies litter the field, twisted and contorted, marionettes without strings. The sunlight spills through the haze, illuminating the horror like a spotlight on a grotesque stage. I remember the chaos, the screams, the clash of steel against steel. And now, the quiet feels like a betrayal. I see her, a flicker of movement among the ruins. Ilara. Her once bright eyes, now clouded with the weight of grief, search frantically for something, someone. I know who she's looking for. I remember the laughter we shared, the dreams that danced in her gaze before the world turned to ash. Those dreams feel like ghosts now, haunting her, haunting me. She stumbles, the ground slick with blood, and the sight of it brings bile to my throat. "Edgar," she calls, voice raw, splitting the silence like a knife. "Edgar, where are you?" Each syllable shatters the stillness, echoes of desperation that claw at my chest. I want to scream, to wail, to tear apart the fabric of reality, but all I can do is watch. And there's Edgar, my brother, my companion, my other half, lying motionless, a small figure against the vastness of death. His hand is outstretched, fingers curled as if grasping for hope that slipped away. I can almost hear his laughter still, a melody that played in the background of my life. But now, it's replaced by a symphony of sobs and wails, a cacophony that churns my insides. I remember the way we used to race through the meadows, daring each other to climb higher, to leap farther. Now, I stand frozen, trapped in this moment, paralyzed by the enormity of loss. The air smells of charred wood and gunpowder. It clings to my skin, a reminder of what's been stripped away. I want to run to him, to shake him awake, to tell him that it was all a mistake, that the battle was just a cruel nightmare. Edgar! Please! Ilara's voice breaks, a desperate plea that hangs in the air, heavy and haunting. It's a sound that will echo in my mind forever, a reminder of the love that blossomed between them, a love that now lies amidst the rubble. She falls to her knees, cradling his head, fingers tangled in his hair, a tender gesture that feels out of place in this realm of desolation. I can't breathe. The weight of it, the loss, it's suffocating. I step forward, but my feet are encased in a thick mud of despair. I remember when we would sit by the river, the sun kissing our skin, and he would tell us stories of brave knights and distant lands, dreams painted in vibrant colors. Now, those colors are drained, leaving only shades of gray, only shadows where laughter used to be. The battle cries still echo in my mind, ghostly whispers that haunt every thought. I remember the feeling of steel against my palm, the adrenaline coursing through my veins as I charged into the fray, fighting not just for survival but for a world that feels shattered. I wonder, was it worth it? Was it worth the cost of lives, the families torn apart, the dreams extinguished like candles snuffed in the wind? And then I see them, ghosts among the living. Soldiers, fallen, their faces twisted in eternal agony. Each one a story, each one a heartbeat that no longer thrums against the chest. They linger, specters of a war that won't end. I can almost hear their whispers, their cries for vengeance or forgiveness. Do they know peace? Or are they bound to this battlefield, forever trapped in the cycle of loss? Why? Ilara's voice breaks my reverie, a raw edge of despair that cuts through the air. She looks up at me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, confusion and heartbreak mingling. Why did this happen? Why didn't we see it coming? All I can do is shake my head, the words lodged deep in my throat like stones. I remember the nights spent under stars, talking about the future, about love and light, about a world that seemed so vast, so full of promise. And now? It lies in ruins, like the very heart that beats within my chest. The sun dips lower, casting long shadows that dance across the field of sorrow. I kneel beside her, the ground cold beneath me. I can't feel anything but the void left by Edgar's absence. I close my eyes, and for an instant, I'm back in that meadow, the golden rays spilling over us, laughter echoing. But the illusion shatters like fragile glass, shards of reality cutting into my skin. Ilara, I whisper, my voice trembling, we have to move. We can't stay here. But even as I say it, I feel the pull of the past. It's intoxicating, a siren's call that draws me back. I feel myself slipping away, drowning in the memories. Where, she replies, her voice hollow, devoid of hope. What's left for us? The question hangs heavy, suspended in the air, and I don't have an answer. I remember promises made, futures envisioned, and now all that remains is the stench of death and the echoes of laughter turned to screams. In the distance, I see shadows moving, figures cloaked in dusk, but they're not here for us, they're here for the fallen, to claim the bodies like trophies. I grip her hand, trying to anchor her, trying to anchor myself. We carry them with us, I say, though I don't know how that's possible. We make sure they're not forgotten. And as I speak those words, I realize the weight of my own promise. It's heavy, like a shroud, like a reminder of the pain that we'll carry forward. We will tell their stories. We will keep their memories alive. The sun sinks lower, and the shadows stretch longer, swallowing the remnants of what once was. I hear the distant sounds of mourning, the cries of those left behind. I remember the faces of the fallen, their ghosts intertwined with our journey, forever a part of us. And as we begin to rise, to step into the unknown, I know one thing, this battle may be over, but the war within will never cease. The losses will echo through the corridors of time, haunting us. But we will walk on, hearts heavy, souls intertwined, determined to honor the lives lost in this senseless cycle of violence. With every step, we carry them with us. Always. The sun was dying, a molten orb, bleeding gold and crimson across the horizon, as Hasdrubal stood at the edge of the cliff. The wind roared like a beast unleashed, tousling his hair, whispering threats of treachery and ghosts. He felt it, the weight of his choices, the tide of betrayal lapping hungrily at his feet. He gazed down into the abyss, where the sea churned like a stormy heart, angry and relentless. I remember, he thought, when I believed I could conquer the world. A bitter laugh clawed up his throat. What a fool he had been. The world was no more a castle to seize than the sky was a blanket to wrap around him. All that remained was his name, his legacy, crumbling like dust in the winds of time. Behind him, the shadows were stirring, murky figures thickening in the twilight. Among them, Marcus squeezed his eyes shut, trying to suppress the sound of his own breathing, each inhale a reminder of the thin line between life and death. He was a soldier, yes, one forged in the crucible of battle, yet now, his hands trembled. For this wasn't war, it was a reckoning. I should have stopped him, he thought, guilt gnawing at his insides like a hungry rat. I should have seen the madness before it consumed him. And yet, here they were, side by side, the weight of shared failures heavier than any sword. Marcus, Hasdrubal called, the wind sweeping his words away. Do you think they'll remember me? Marcus's heart clenched. You were a great leader. They will remember, just not in the way you want. They both knew. History was a fickle mistress, one who danced on the graves of the fallen, laughing at the absurdity of dreams. Hasdrubal's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, iron-cold against his palm. A warrior's life turned to a spectre's fate, he was haunted by the chilling laughter of the soldiers who once cheered his name. The shadows gathered tighter, cloaked figures that slithered like smoke. Their leader approached, a man draped in the armor of betrayal. Lucius, the very name scraped against Hasdrubal's throat like a shard of glass. Once a friend, now the architect of his demise. Surrender, Hasdrubal, Lucius's voice rang out, smooth as silk but cutting like steel. You can't fight the tide. Your men are scattered, your allies turned to dust. This is the end. Is it? Hasdrubal's voice trembled, a mix of defiance and despair. Or merely the beginning of a story that will outlive us all. But even he didn't believe it. The ocean roared beneath, a reminder that he was as disposable as the saltwater spray. The silence that followed was deafening, a void filled only with the sound of the breaking waves, crashing against the rocks like the echoes of a dying heartbeat. Marcus stepped forward, his resolve shattering the stillness. You betrayed him once, Lucius, he spat, fury igniting in his veins. You won't get a second chance to do so again. In that moment, everything hung in the balance. The fate of a man, of a dream, teetering on the edge of that unforgiving cliff. Brave words, soldier, Lucius sneered, his tone mocking. Too bad bravery won't save him now. Look around you, everything crumbles. Your loyalty is misplaced. And with that, the first sword was drawn, a flash of steel slicing through the air, a promise of pain. They clashed. The echoes of metal rang out, but beneath it, the pulse of emotion surged. Fear. Anger. Regret. Each strike was a heartbeat, each parry a gasp for breath. Hasdrubal fought not just for survival but to reclaim a flicker of hope in a world turned dark. With each swing of his blade, he recalled laughter, victory, a life lived fully. But alongside that memory was the crushing weight of all he had lost. Marcus, ignited by passion, pressed on, his heart drumming a frantic rhythm. Don't you see? You're not fighting just for yourself. You're fighting for all of us. But Hasdrubal could feel the shadows creeping in. He was already half dead, a ghost tethered to the living. I remember, he whispered, the taste of victory, the sweetness of triumph. Yet here I stand, poised to fall. Then make it count. Marcus shouted, desperation spilling from his lips. Don't let them rewrite your fate. Don't let them take your soul. The clash intensified, each blow tearing through the silence, the air charged with desperation and sorrow. Pain mingled with the scent of sweat and iron, each heartbeat echoing like a funeral dirge. But it was too late. Hasdrubal felt it, the cold grip of inevitability tightening around his throat. With one final thrust, Lucius's sword found its mark, the sharp edge biting deep, pulling him into a world of shadows and memories. Time slowed, unraveling like a frayed rope. "I remember," Hasdrubal gasped, his voice barely a whisper. "I remember everything." And in the moments that followed, as Marcus screamed, a heart-wrenching sound that echoed through the emptiness, Hasdrubal's world faded to black. The shadows enveloped him, a shroud that whispered of betrayal, of dreams lost and destinies altered. His spirit, a flicker of light in an endless void, lingered just a breath away from oblivion, yearning for a story that would never be told. The waves crashed below, relentless, indifferent. The sun slipped beneath the horizon, leaving the world cloaked in darkness, an abyss where the fates of men entwined, where hope and despair danced hand in hand, and where every heartbeat echoed like a memory, haunting the night forevermore. The air was thick with tension, a palpable weight pressing down on the city of Carthage. The sun hung low, a crimson orb bleeding into the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of impending doom. I stood there, heart pounding, as if the very earth beneath my feet trembled with the echoes of the past, the cries of the fallen, the whispers of betrayal. I remember the first time I felt that dread, a child lost in the marketplace, the scent of roasted chestnuts mingling with the stench of fear. I remember Hannibal Barca, the great general, his brow furrowed in thought, strode through the crumbling streets. Every step was a thunderclap, reverberating through my chest, igniting the flickering flames of hope and despair. He was a titan, but even titans have shadows lurking behind them. Those who admired him, who clung to his every word, could feel the tremors of discord brewing among the Senate, a storm ready to unleash chaos upon this once mighty city. And then there was Dido, the queen, a beacon of strength, yet haunted by a loneliness that gnawed at her soul. Her heart was a battlefield, torn between love for her people and the sinister currents of ambition that rippled through her court. I remember watching her gaze, that fierce intensity, a fire that could either warm or consume. She had sacrificed so much, her heart, her dreams, yet the throne she sat upon felt more like a noose tightening around her neck with every whispered plot, every scheming senator. "How can I protect them?" she'd asked me once, desperation etching lines on her youthful face. "How can I hold them together when the foundation is crumbling?" It was a question that hung in the air, as heavy as lead, suffocating. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a chill crept into the bones of the city. Nightfall brought with it the ghosts of war, specters dancing across the stone walls, reminding us of the stakes. The whispers grew louder, the shadows longer. I could hear them, distant murmurs of conspiracy, a seething underbelly of ambition threatening to rip everything apart. It was intoxicating, the fear and the thrill of it all, but it filled me with a sense of dread. "Carthage is dying," a voice hissed from the shadows, and I turned, startled. It was a senator, face cloaked in darkness, eyes gleaming with malice. Those in power think they can control the tide, but they will drown in it. I shivered, because I knew he spoke the truth. The wheels of fate were turning, screeching against the rust of history, a cacophony that drowned out the whispers of the past. Hannibal's return was meant to be a triumphant homecoming, a herald of strength. But in the hearts of those who had once rallied behind him, uncertainty loomed like a shadowy spectre. I saw the flicker of doubt in their eyes, a flame that could easily be snuffed out. How could one man bear the weight of a city, of a legacy crumbling beneath the strain? The tension twisted like a serpent in my gut as I thought about the sacrifices made for glory, for survival. I could hear echoes of laughter, the drunken revelry of men who believed they could dance with fate without paying the price. Then came the night of the storm, thunder cracking open the sky as if the gods themselves were in turmoil. The Senate gathered, a cauldron of ambition and fear, each face a mask of hidden agendas. I was there, unseen, lurking in the shadows, breath held tight in my throat. Dido stood at the center, her voice quaking, yet unwavering. "We must unite. We must stand as one against the threat that looms. We cannot allow the ghosts of our past to dictate our future." Her words rang out, heavy with passion, and yet I could almost taste the doubt that hung in the air. The senators squirmed like rats caught in a trap, their hearts pounding, their minds racing toward treachery. And then he spoke, the senator cloaked in darkness, his voice smooth as silk but sharp as a dagger. "Unity? Or tyranny? You think to bind us together while you sit on your throne, blind to the suffering of the people? You promise protection, yet your hands are stained with the blood of our own. The accusations flew like arrows, piercing the fragile air of unity, splintering it into shards of suspicion. Dido faltered, her composure cracking, and I felt the weight of her heart break, the tremors of her spirit quaking beneath the onslaught. I remember the moment it all unraveled, the darkness spilling forth like ink across parchment. I was there, watching the faces twist in rage and despair, the flickering torches casting eerie shadows, illuminating the fear that gripped every heart. Hannibal's jaw clenched, a storm brewing behind his eyes, the echoes of his victories battling against the weight of impending loss. You would betray your own? You would see our city burn. His voice rumbled like the thunder, and in that moment, the world seemed to stop, breath suspended in time. But betrayal has a way of creeping in, silent and insidious, and I could feel the tide shifting, the balance of power teetering on the edge of a knife. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a reminder that nothing is sacred, that loyalty can be a double-edged sword. I felt a chill crawl up my spine as whispers of death lingered, the air thick with dread, the shadows closing in, as if the city itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. Outside, the storm raged on, mirrors of our turmoil reflected in the chaos of nature. The city of Carthage, once a jewel of the Mediterranean, now lay poised on the brink, a tightrope walker teetering toward oblivion. I remember the cries of the past, the weight of our actions, the burden of legacy. And as the clock ticked ominously, I knew this was just the beginning. The story had not reached its conclusion, it was merely a transition into the next harrowing chapter, where every heartbeat pulsed with the promise of upheaval. The night was thick with tension, an unrelenting weight that settled over the city of Rome like a shroud. The moon hung low, casting long shadows that flickered and danced, whispering secrets of despair and discontent. In the heart of the city, the forum echoed with the distant sounds of unrest, shouts, the clank of metal, the pounding of boots on the cobblestones. And there he stood, Marcus, a soldier torn between loyalty and doubt, his heart pounding like a war drum. I remember the taste of fear, he thought, the bitter tang of it still fresh on his tongue. Fear had seeped into every pore, draped itself over him like a second skin. His comrades had marched into battle with the thrill of conquest in their veins, but now, with the scent of defeat filling the air, that thrill had curdled into something darker. They were outnumbered, the whispers of betrayal echoing louder than the clanging swords. Beside him, Lucius, once a beacon of hope, now a spectre of despair, tightened his grip on his sword. The weapon felt heavier than before, a weight of expectation, a burden of dreams unfulfilled. "What are we fighting for?" he muttered, his voice barely a whisper, as if daring the night to answer. "We bleed for an empire that forgets us." There was a crack in his voice, a tremor that betrayed his stoic facade. The moonlight danced on the blooded ground, a cruel reminder of what they had sacrificed. Marcus looked into Lucius's eyes, searching for the spark of rebellion, the fire of camaraderie. "We have to hold the line," he urged, desperation bleeding into his words. "If we falter now, it's already faltering," Lucius interrupted, his voice edged with a raw, unyielding honesty. "The Senate, the people, they're turning against us. They see us as nothing more than pawns on a chessboard." The bitterness of betrayal dripped from each syllable. His gaze drifted to the distant silhouette of the Colosseum, a monument to glory now shrouded in the ghosts of fallen gladiators, a testimony to the empire's ruthless appetite for blood. Marcus felt a shiver run down his spine. He remembered the stories they'd told each other, tales of valor and honor, of Rome's indomitable spirit. But those stories felt like remnants of a forgotten dream, fading like mist under the harsh light of reality. "I remember the cheers," he whispered, as if the echoes of the past could still be summoned. "The triumphs, the parades. We were heroes, Lucius. We fought for them." But that memory was slipping away, like grains of sand through his fingers. Behind them, a group of soldiers gathered, their faces etched with uncertainty. Their voices rose in a chorus of doubt, the very fabric of unity beginning to unravel. "What's the point?" one whispered, his eyes hollow, as if he'd seen too much. "We're just a sacrifice, a means to an end." The despair hung in the air like a thick fog, suffocating, impossible to escape. In that moment, Marcus felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. A part of him wanted to scream, to rally his comrades, to ignite the flames of hope once more. But another part, the part that craved the truth, whispered that hope was a cruel trick, a fleeting spectre. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice trembling. Then came the sound that would haunt him for eternity, the distant clang of metal against metal, the chaos of a city on the brink of collapse. A riot. It echoed like a death knell through the alleys and streets, igniting the fears that had lain dormant. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Shadows flickered as torches ignited, casting an orange glow on faces twisted with anger and despair. A figure stepped forward, Claudia. A woman of fierce resolve, with eyes burning like the very fires of Rome. She had seen the collapse of unity, the shattering of morale, and yet, she stood tall, a tempest that refused to bow. "Listen to me," she bellowed, her voice rising above the cacophony. "We may be fractured, but we are not broken. We bleed together, we fight together." There was something primal in her cry, a call to arms that sent a ripple through the crowd. But even as the words poured from her mouth, Marcus could see the cracks behind her brave facade, the fear that danced in her eyes, the uncertainty that lingered just beneath the surface. "Claudia," Marcus started, but she cut him off, determination shining through her fear. "Do you see it?" she shouted, gesturing wildly to the chaos around them. "This is not just a fight for power. It's a fight for us, for every soldier who has bled for this city." The crowd wavered, caught in the crossfire of hope and despair, a fragile thread binding their fates together. Lucius shifted, unease creeping into his voice. "But what if we're fighting for a ghost?" he challenged, searching Claudia's gaze for a glimmer of doubt. "What if they've already decided our fate?" The silence that followed was palpable, the kind that could fracture the very foundations of hope. Marcus felt the air thicken, the weight of expectation hanging heavy as they awaited her response. "I remember the glories," Claudia said, her voice dropping to a whisper, "but I also remember the pain. We are the heart of Rome, and as long as we still draw breath, we fight." Her words hung in the air, a lifeline tossed into the sea of despair. But the city was shifting, like a wild beast stirring from slumber. The crowd surged, a tide of uncertainty and desperation, threatening to drown them all. Marcus felt it, the pulse of fear thrumming beneath the surface, and he stood there, feeling the tide of history pulling them down, dragging them into the depths. And amidst the chaos, that haunting question loomed like a spectre: what happens when an empire loses its soul? What happens when the heart of Rome begins to beat its final, desperate breaths? The air was thick with the scent of smoke and fear, an acrid blend that clung to the throat like an uninvited guest. I stood there, heart racing, witnessing the chaos unfold like a tapestry of despair. The sun dipped low, bleeding crimson into the horizon, a mournful farewell as shadows creeped into every corner of the battlefield. The clash of steel echoed through the valley, a symphony of agony, a prelude to a horror that would haunt history. There he was, Scipio, a boy cloaked in the skin of a man, eyes ablaze with a fire that could rival the burning sky. He was no stranger to fear, yet tonight, it washed over him like a wave crashing against a weary shore. The weight of his destiny pressed down on him, a gauntlet thrown at his feet by the gods themselves. He gripped his sword, knuckles white, and in that moment, I could see the flicker of doubt. Was he ready to embrace the legend that awaited him? Then there was Lucius, his best friend, the kind of loyal companion whose very essence was woven into the fabric of Scipio's being. But loyalty has a price, and Lucius bore the scars of a past that refused to be buried. His laughter, once a bright beacon, had turned hollow, echoing with the ghosts of fallen comrades. He glanced at Scipio, their eyes locking for a heartbeat, a silent plea, a shared torment. Would they survive this night? Would the flames of ambition consume them both? The battle surged like a violent tide, the cries of men piercing the night, a chorus of desperation and rage. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath me, as if the very ground mourned the loss of innocence, the loss of futures. Each swing of Scipio's sword became a desperate prayer, a plea to the fates that he would not falter. I remember the cold bite of steel against flesh, the visceral thrill of life and death intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. "Fight, Scipio! Fight!" Lucius shouted, his voice raw and primal, like the roar of a lion. But there was a tremor beneath the bravado, a hint of fear that wove through his words. I could see it, a flicker in his eyes, a ghost of uncertainty, gnawing at his resolve. What if they faltered? What if the weight of their aspirations crushed them underfoot? It happened in an instant, a flash of chaos. A warrior, wild-eyed and drenched in blood, struck Lucius down. The world slowed, the sounds muted, as if the cosmos held its breath. I could feel Scipio's heart shatter, a glass vase thrown against the wall, shards scattering into the ether. No! Lucius! The scream ripped from his throat, a raw, visceral sound that echoed through the valley, a primal lament that reached even the stars above. In that moment, time stretched, twisted into a cruel mockery. Scipio's hands trembled, the sword slipping from his grasp, the very symbol of his ambition now a burden too heavy to bear. He dropped to his knees, the weight of loss anchoring him to the earth, and I could almost hear the cracks forming in his spirit. The universe pulsed around him, the shadows lengthening, whispering secrets of despair. A tapestry of memories flickered in his mind like dying embers, laughter shared, dreams spun under starlit skies, promises made like vows to the gods. But the battle raged on, relentless and unforgiving. I remember the sharp tang of blood in the air, the metallic taste that clung to the back of my throat. Scipio looked up, eyes wild, searching for a glimmer of hope in the storm. And there it was, a flicker of defiance igniting within him. He could feel it, a spark that refused to be snuffed out, the promise of a legacy that demanded to be forged in the fires of conflict. He rose, slowly at first, the sword a beacon in his hand, reflecting the last light of day. There was a shadow lingering in his gaze, a haunting reminder of what he had lost, but it transformed into resolve. The universe shifted, the stars winking as if acknowledging the birth of a hero amidst the ashes. For Lucius, he roared, the words a battle cry that resonated through the chaos, echoing off the walls of history yet to be written. And then he charged, a force of nature, a whirlwind of fury and grief. Each strike was a testament to his heartbreak, each enemy fallen a step closer to absolution. I could see the ghosts of his past rise with each swing, guiding his hand, urging him on. The battlefield became a canvas, painted with strokes of valor and sorrow, a tapestry of human spirit laid bare. Around him, the world erupted, bodies colliding, the clash of metal ringing like chimes heralding a new dawn. The darkness was palpable, a shroud over the hearts of men fighting for their lives, but Scipio was the flame, flickering against the void. He remembered Lucius, the laughter, the dreams, they surged through him, fueling an inferno that could not be contained. I could feel it, the unrelenting pull of destiny as it wrapped around Scipio like a cloak. But in the depths of triumph, a whisper echoed, a haunting melody that tugged at his soul. What is victory without sacrifice? What is a legend born in glory if it is not steeped in the pain of loss? The questions hung heavy, shadows dancing just beyond the reach of light. As the night wore on, victory began to shift in the air, a fragile fruit still clinging to the vine. Scipio fought for his friend, for something greater than himself, but the price was steep, and the echoes of the past would not be silenced. The battlefield became a blur, a cacophony of life and death, and Scipio stood at the center, a young man caught between the man he was and the legend he was destined to become. I remember the moment when the last enemy fell, a silence enveloping the chaos, a stillness that felt like the breath before a storm. Scipio stood alone, chest heaving, the sword trembling in his grip, a testament to the battle fought and the souls lost. He looked up at the stars, their light a distant promise, a reminder that even in darkness, hope flickers. And with that, the night swallowed him, wrapping him in its embrace. The legend was born not in the cries of victory, but in the heart of a boy left to carry the weight of his choices. The cosmos spun on, indifferent, a cruel reminder that every rise has its fall, every legend its price. The shadows whispered, the winds howled, and in that infinite silence, the journey was only just beginning. The air was thick with the scent of iron and smoke, the ground trembled beneath the boots of men caught in the throes of chaos. I remember the sound, the sharp clashing of metal, the desperate shouts of warriors who saw the end drawing near. I remember the look in their eyes, a wild mix of terror and resolve, as if they stood at the edge of a precipice, teetering between life and oblivion. It was a moment frozen in time, where the world narrowed to the deafening beat of a heart racing toward its last breaths. Flavius was a soldier, a man forged from the grit of the battlefield and yet haunted by memories of a life left behind. Each swing of his sword felt like a farewell to the echoes of laughter shared with his daughter, the warmth of her small hand in his. His heart was a battlefield of its own, torn between duty and the overwhelming urge to flee, to escape this hell and return to her. But duty was an unyielding chain, locking him to the chaos, a cruel reminder that he was but a pawn in the grand chess game of empires. Then there was Cassia, a woman of fierce spirit, a healer amidst the madness, her hands trembling not from fear but from the weight of responsibility. As the wounded fell around her, she moved like a shadow, whispering words of comfort as if they were spells that could ward off death. Their faces, contorted in pain, etched into her soul. Cassie remembered the soft smiles of children, the way they danced beneath the sun with no knowledge of war, how fragile life could be, how easily dreams could shatter into a million pieces. And then there was the battlefield itself, a sprawling canvas painted in reds and browns, with the stench of sweat and blood intertwining like a grotesque dance. It was not merely a place of combat, it was a reflection of every heart beating, every fear gnawing at the edges of resolve. A war not fought just with swords but within the confines of the human spirit. The clash intensified. Flavius felt the burn in his muscles, the way fatigue clawed at him, luring him into darkness. He caught a glimpse of Cassia, her dark hair whipping in the wind, her eyes fierce as she bandaged a soldier, her hands stained with blood. "Keep fighting," she shouted, her voice a lifeline in the turmoil. He wanted to scream back, to tell her that fighting felt like dancing on the edge of a knife, but he had no words, only the raw instinct to survive. In that maelstrom, time warped, stretched, and snapped like a taut bowstring. Flavius remembered a story his father told him, of a river that flowed backward, where past and present collided in a chaotic embrace. A memory surged, he was a boy again, racing through fields, laughter bubbling like a brook. But here, amidst the cries and the carnage, laughter felt like a distant echo, a dream slipping through his fingers. And Cassia, she was a river too, flowing with the lives dependent on her. But what happens when the river runs dry? When hope dims and shadows stretch long? She felt the weight of every breath, each moment a ticking clock, counting down to an end she couldn't bear to face. "You're not alone," she whispered to the wounded, but her own heart trembled, cracked under the pressure of unfulfilled promises. The battle surged and ebbed, a relentless tide that dragged them both deeper into darkness. A spear whistled past Flavius, and he dropped low, his heart racing. He had fought countless battles, but this felt different, this felt like a reckoning. He turned, locking eyes with Cassia, and in that fleeting moment, an unspoken understanding passed between them. They were more than warriors, they were souls entangled in the web of fate, bound by the choices made in the heat of battle. Then came the moment that would forever alter the course of their lives. A roar erupted from the enemy lines, a tide of ferocity that surged toward them, and Flavius felt the primal instinct clawing at him. He charged forward, a living embodiment of fury, every swing of his sword a desperate prayer to protect what little light remained. The chaos blurred his vision, becoming a symphony of violence, yet amidst the maelstrom, Cassie remained a steady heartbeat, a beacon. Yet, in the chaos, the moment stretched, and Flavius found himself facing the enemy leader, a figure shrouded in shadows, a ghost that seemed to haunt every corner of his mind. The leader's eyes were cold, devoid of humanity, a mirror reflecting all that Flavius feared. "You fight for nothing," the leader spat, a taunt laced with venom. But Flavius felt his resolve harden like forged steel. "I fight for those who cannot," he responded, the words spilling from him with a weight that defied the chaos. He was not alone, he was not merely a soldier. He was a father, a protector, a man who had loved fiercely and lost deeply. As their swords clashed, the world around them fell away. Time ceased to exist, and all that mattered was the dance of life and death, the heartbeat of history echoing in every clash. Cassia, watching from the sidelines, felt her heart race in rhythm with Flavius's movements, each strike a prayer, each parry a plea for survival. "Fight," she screamed, the urgency in her voice reverberating through the chaos. And in that moment, the battlefield transformed, no longer just a site of violence but a sacred ground, where dreams clashed with despair, where every heartbeat was a step toward redemption. But just as hope flickered like a fragile candle, darkness loomed ever closer. A cry split the air. Flavius turned, horror washing over him as he saw Cassius stumble, an unseen blade piercing through the chaos. Time slowed, the world distorting into a surreal dream, and Flavius felt something shatter within him, a piece of himself breaking free in the wake of her fall. No, he roared, a sound born from the depths of his soul, a sound that echoed through the ages as he dashed toward her, the battlefield dissolving into a blur of colors and emotions. And as he reached her, the weight of the world bore down, the shadows closing in, but it was this moment that would define them both. It was not an end, it was a beginning, a lesson etched in blood and tears, a reminder that every battle fought was a testament to love, loss, and the fragile thread that connected them all. The air crackled with tension, a silent promise that while the battle raged on, they would never truly be alone. Time would weave their stories together, forever intertwined in the vast tapestry of existence. All that mattered was the breath caught between them, the heartbeat that pulsed like a war drum. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows lengthened and whispered secrets to the night. In that twilight, the lesson was clear: to fight was to live, and to live was to love, an eternal struggle, a dance with destiny that would never truly end. Silence hung thick in the air, a palpable weight pressing down on the earth, cloaking the battlefield in an eerie shroud. It was the kind of quiet that set your teeth on edge, the calm before the storm. I could feel it in my bones, the electric tension crackling like a distant thunder. This would be a day etched into history, and I, an unremarkable soldier, stood at the precipice of something monumental. The shadows of my comrades loomed large beside me, their faces pale in the dawnlight, mouths tight with unspoken fears. I remember Marcus, his hands trembling as he adjusted his battered leather armor. His eyes darted to the horizon, where dark clouds gathered ominously, as if nature itself anticipated the violence that would soon unfold. A father, a husband, a provider, he had sacrificed too much to face the abyss today. In that moment, I saw the flicker of doubt in his gaze, the internal battle raging within him more fierce than any clash of swords. "It's just another battle," he muttered, but the quiver in his voice betrayed the lie. I could feel his heart pounding, echoing the rhythm of a war drum, a drum that seemed to beat for all of us, sending waves of dread crashing against our resolve. And then there was Lucius. Young, brimming with ambition and idealism, he stood at the edge of boyhood, eager to carve his name into the annals of glory. But glory was a fickle mistress, and today, she wore a shroud. "This will change everything," he insisted, the fire in his eyes and the bright sheen of sweat on his brow betraying the innocence of his dreams. "We'll be legends." Yet, beneath that bravado, I sensed his trepidation, a quiet realization that legends aren't born, they are forged in blood and ash. The sun crested the horizon, and with it came the piercing war cries of our enemies. A wild cacophony crashing against our ears, each scream slicing through the silence like a dagger. The air thickened with tension, an invisible force coiling tighter around our hearts. I remember the smell of sweat and leather, mingling with the metallic tang of fear. In that moment, the universe narrowed to a single, visceral truth: we were alive, but how long would that last? As the enemy surged forward, a tide of chaos, I felt my stomach drop. Time slowed as I gripped my sword, its weight familiar yet foreign, a cruel reminder of the violence soon to unfold. I stole a glance at Marcus, who was now a statue of resolve, and I saw the flicker of a memory in his eyes, his daughter's laughter, the warmth of home. Would he make it back? Would I? The thought gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast. The clash of metal against metal erupted around us, a symphony of chaos that drowned out all thought, all reason. I remember the first time I thrust my sword into an enemy. The shock reverberated through me, a jolt of primal fear mixed with an adrenaline high. The man before me fell, eyes wide with disbelief, breath escaping him in a final, shuddering gasp. I barely had time to feel the horror of what I'd done before another opponent rushed at me, and I was swept into the maelstrom of battle. Lucius fought beside me, his youthful fervor a bright spark against the encroaching darkness. I could see him struggling, each kill a burden he wore like a yoke, the weight of 1,000 deaths pressing down upon his shoulders. "We're changing the world," he shouted, but his voice wavered, a thin veneer of bravado cracking under the strain. I wanted to tell him that changing the world often meant a sacrifice too steep to bear, but the words lodged in my throat, unspoken amidst the screams. Hours stretched into eternity as we fought, a furious dance of life and death. I remember the heat of the sun on my back, the sweat mingling with the grime of battle, and the shadows of my friends flickering in and out of my vision. Each face twisted in anguish, each death a searing brand on my soul. Time blurred, reality morphed into a living nightmare, and I was both participant and observer in this grotesque theater of war. Then it happened, a single moment that unraveled everything. I saw Marcus fall, a glistening spear piercing through the air, finding its mark in his side. Time froze. The world narrowed to a single scream, my own voice torn from my throat, a sound of raw agony, reverberating in the chaos like a church bell tolling for the dead. I rushed to him, the ground slick beneath my feet, the cries of battle fading into a haunting silence. "Hold on, Marcus!" I pleaded, cradling his head. His eyes, once alight with determination, now dimmed like fading stars. "You'll make it. We'll get you home." His lips curled into a faint, painful smile, and in that fleeting moment, I saw the ghost of his daughter, the phantom of a life he would never return to. He gasped, "The world will remember," the life ebbed from him, and I felt a piece of myself shatter, fracturing like glass. The weight of his loss was a stone in my chest, insurmountable and suffocating. Lucius, still fighting, caught my gaze. In his eyes, I saw despair, confusion, a young soul grappling with the horror of what we had become. "What is this?" he shouted, his voice raw with disbelief. "This isn't how it's supposed to be." I wanted to tell him that the battle had changed us all, that we were no longer just soldiers, but harbingers of a new reality. War was a brutal teacher, and its lessons were carved into flesh and memory. I wanted to scream that the very tactics we learn today would echo through time, shaping futures we could never imagine. But in that moment, as the battle raged on around us, I could only hold on to the fragments of hope and despair swirling in the chaos. The ghosts of the fallen whispered in the wind, and I knew we would carry their stories forward, whether we wanted to or not. Each victory would be stained with loss, and every strategy would bear the weight of sacrifice. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson stain across the battlefield, a vivid reminder of what had transpired. As I looked to Lucius, I saw the flicker of understanding dawning in his eyes. We were bound together in this madness, warriors forged in fire, and whatever tomorrow brought, we would face it together, haunted, changed, and irrevocably marked by the horrors of today. The echoes of our battle would ripple through time, shaping the very essence of what Rome would become. And as I fell into the embrace of darkness, I held onto the truth that, even in loss, there is the potential for rebirth, for a new kind of strength rising from the ashes of despair. The fight was far from over. The air crackles with an energy so thick, it feels like the sky itself is holding its breath. The clang of steel reverberates, sharp enough to slice through the silence that had hung over the battlefield like a heavy shroud. Just feet away, a soldier, young, barely a man, stumbles, the shock of his own mortality crashing down upon him like an iron curtain. Blood gushes, pooling beneath him, yet the cries of the wounded and dying are drowned out by the roar of 1,000 hearts, beating in unison, driven by fear and adrenaline. I remember the moment when time splintered and shattered, each fragment revealing a different truth. In that chaotic dance of death, I became tethered to two souls, a soldier named Elias, a fierce protector with shadows in his eyes, and Mara, a healer, whose hands were stained with life and loss. Their fates entwined like the roots of ancient trees, stretching deep into the earth, yet threatened to be severed at any moment. Elias, with the weight of his ancestors on his shoulders, lunges forward, a beast unleashed. He is a contradiction, courageous yet terrified, noble yet flawed. The battle rages around him, a symphony of chaos, yet all he can hear are the whispers of his mother, urging him to return home to the warmth of their small cottage. But home feels distant now, like a ghost, always just out of reach. The clang of swords, the cries of men, they are reminders, he is not merely fighting for his life, he is fighting for the love and laughter that have become mere echoes in his memory. Mara stands on the periphery, her heart racing as she stitches up wounds, her fingers dancing on the wounded flesh, a macabre ballet. She feels the warmth of blood on her hands and the chill of fear wrapping around her heart like a vice. Each time she looks up, she sees Elias, charging into the fray, and her chest tightens, an iron band of dread. She knows he carries the weight of the world, but she can't bear to let him know how deeply she feels his struggles, how her love for him is as fierce as the battle itself. The moment their eyes meet, something shifts. There's a silent promise, a bond forged in the flames of war. "Elias," she cries, her voice lost in the cacophony, but he doesn't turn. Instead, he barrels forth like a comet, blazing a path through the chaos, desperately seeking redemption through valor. I remember the way his lips curled into a grimace, the weight of his weapon feeling both like a shield and a shackle. Each swing of his sword feels more desperate than the last, as if the ghosts of those who have fallen before him are urging him on, reminding him of the fleeting nature of life. And then, there's the moment, the heartbeat that stretches into eternity. I remember the instant when Elias falters, just for a second, but in battle, seconds become lifetimes. A shadow shifts, a glint of metal reflects the dying sunlight, and time snaps back into focus. The world narrows to a singular point of panic, and for Mara, every breath feels like a prayer. In the heart of that storm, she runs, her heart hammering against her ribcage. "Elias," she screams again, a desperate plea thrust into the void. But the battlefield is a monstrous entity, a ravenous beast that swallows everything in its path, hope, love, and life. The shadows twist around her, cloaking her in an unsettling chill. There's a pulse beneath her feet, the rhythm of thousands of lives intertwined, yet here she is, a solitary figure amid the chaos. She reaches him just as the air thickens, an oppressive fog of despair creeping closer, and she sees it, a wound, deep and dark, blooming like a flower on his side. It's a harbinger of despair, a tangible thing that sends a jolt through her. "Stay with me," she pleads, pressing her hands against his blood-soaked armor, as if her touch can stitch together not just flesh, but the very fabric of their shared dreams. But the weight of loss hangs in the air, tangible, suffocating. "Mara," he gasps, his voice a fragile whisper, "I wanted a dream, a promise, a life that feels extinguished with every heartbeat." His eyes are glassy, reflecting the twilight that is creeping in, the world around them fading into shadows. "Don't you dare go." "Not now," she cries, the desperation clawing at her throat, tears blurring her vision. There's a moment, an eternity, where hope hangs in the balance, teetering like a fragile thread, ready to snap. The battle continues to rage, a cruel reminder of what is at stake, and yet, in that instant, it is just the two of them, suspended in a fragile bubble where time stands still. But I remember how even that fragile moment is shattered by the roar of a cannon, the earth trembling beneath them. Mara's heart drops, the very gravity of life pulling her down into an abyss. She knows how this can end. The memories of laughter and warmth flicker like dying embers, and all that fills the void are spirals of uncertainty. Elias's breath hitches, and Mara can feel the world compressing around them, as if the cosmos itself is watching, waiting, with bated breath. It's thick with dread, the fear of losing all the things they had never said, the love that had, until this moment, remained unvoiced. The battlefield remains aglow with the dying sun's last light, casting shadows that stretch like ghosts across the scarred ground, and in that eerie twilight, she realizes, this is not just a battle for life but for meaning, for the legacy they would leave behind. And then, just as quickly as it all began, a cacophony erupts, pulling them back into the chaos, back into the maelstrom of war, where every heartbeat is a reminder of what could be lost. There's no time for reflection, it's all raw emotion and visceral instinct. Mara digs deep, pushing against the panic that threatens to consume her. She wraps her arms around Elias, pulling him closer, whispering promises into the storm. "I will not let you go." A vow, a prayer. But as shadows creep and the sun dips below the horizon, an unsettling realization settles in. Sometimes, love alone is not enough to stitch together the torn fabric of fate. In the heart of the battle, as the world spins on a fragile axis, they cling to each other, bound by hope yet haunted by fear, ready to face whatever darkness looms on the horizon. And in that moment, beneath the chaotic symphony of war, they are more than soldiers, they are the heartbeat of a history that demands to be told. The air crackles with the weight of history, a muted silence hanging like a shroud over the battlefield. It's as if the world holds its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of steel and spirit. Blood, hot and vibrant, mingles with the earth, a testament to the lives that flicker like dying stars. I stand there, a ghost among the living, watching as shadows dance on the horizon, whispering tales of honor and betrayal, a fevered dream of glory and despair. I remember the sun setting, casting an eerie glow, the color of old wounds. I remember the acrid smell of sweat and fear, the murmur of soldiers, their voices tight with anticipation, their eyes wide with the knowledge of what's to come. In this moment, I'm not just an observer, I am entwined in their fates, each pulse of my heart syncopated with their breaths, their hopes, and their nightmares. Marcus, his jaw clenched tight enough to crumble bone, stands on the precipice of decision. I can see it in the way his fingers twitch around the hilt of his sword, the line of his brow furrowing as he weighs the cost of honor against the price of survival. Haunted by the ghosts of his past, a brother lost to the very war they now face, he is a vessel of rage and regret. Every heartbeat is a reminder of failure, every step forward a battle against the tide of despair threatening to pull him under. "Do you think they remember?" he whispers, a question laced with desperation. It hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. He's not asking about the enemy, oh no, it's the faces of those who have fallen, the echoes of laughter turned to screams, that rise up like phantoms, relentless in their reminders. It's a question soaked in sorrow, one that pierces my soul. I think of Lucilla, crouched in the shadows, her breath shallow with fear yet fierce with a courage that defies reason. The weight of the world hangs on her shoulders, a mantle woven from the threads of her family's legacy. She is not just a woman but a force, a storm brewing beneath her skin, ready to burst forth. Her heart beats with the rhythm of the earth itself, the pulse of 1,000 years of history boiling just beneath the surface. "Marcus," she calls, her voice a blend of steel and silk, a siren song that beckons him back from the abyss. We can't let their memories drown us. We owe it to them to fight. There's a fire in her gaze, a glimmer of hope that shines against the encroaching darkness. But in her eyes, I see something else, an unquenchable fear, like a tide that threatens to sweep everything away. The moments stretch, taut and fragile, suspended in time. I remember the way the sun sinks, the horizon ablaze, a canvas painted with the colors of impending doom. Shadows lengthen, gripping the land with cold fingers, as if the very earth yearns to swallow their hopes whole. The soldiers move like ghosts, drifting into the night, while the sounds of the approaching battle grow louder, a heartbeat thrumming in my ears. "Do you think they'll forgive us?" Marcus asks, a tremor breaking the facade of his bravado. Each word is a shard of glass, cutting deep. He looks at Lucilla, a plea hidden in the depths of his gaze. Do I save the world or save myself? In that moment, it's clear, they're not just fighting for land or power but for redemption, for the chance to rewrite the endings written in blood and fire. The sky darkens, and the stars flicker to life like distant memories, each one a reminder of what was lost. I feel the weight of their choices, the burden of history pressing down like a leaden cloak. The Metaurus, a river that would soon run red, not just with blood, but with the essence of lives intertwined, a tragic tapestry woven from threads of ambition, loss, and the unyielding grip of fate. As the battle cries pierce the quiet night, I sense their resolve solidifying, muscles coiling like springs ready to explode. They are no longer just individuals, they are a chorus of defiance, a symphony of hope and despair. The moment stretches, taut against the fabric of time, and I can taste the metallic tang of their determination, a bittersweet elixir that fuels their souls. The clash of steel erupts, a cacophony of chaos that shakes the very ground beneath my feet. Each strike is a heartbeat, each fall a gasp. I watch as Marcus charges forward, a bull among wolves, the weight of his grief morphing into sheer ferocity. Lucilla follows, a tempest unleashed, her spirit intertwining with the winds that howl around them. The world blurs into a whirlwind of emotions, fear, courage, anger, love, each one cutting deeper than the last. I can see the moments flicker like candle flames, each one a life choice, each one a thread in the tapestry of destiny. There's no time to breathe, no time to think, it's raw, it's visceral, and it's beautiful in its chaos. In the midst of the storm, I feel them. I feel their pain, their joy, their relentless pursuit of something greater. They fight against the darkness both outside and within, battling the ghosts of their pasts while forging a path toward an uncertain future. In their eyes, I glimpsed the universe, the endless possibilities stretching out like stars in a night sky, each one a choice, a chance for redemption or ruin. And as the battle rages on, I realize the Metaurus is not just a river, it's a mirror, reflecting our own struggles, our own conflicts. It's a reminder that history isn't merely written in the ink of victors but etched in the hearts of those who dare to confront it. The stories of Marcus and Lucilla will ripple through time, a haunting echo in the annals of fate, an unfinished symphony waiting to be played. I hear their voices rising above the chaos, a mantra of resilience. We remember. We remember. Each syllable a lifeline thrown into the abyss, a promise to fight, to love, to live. The tension crackles like electricity, the air thick with the weight of what's at stake. The ground shakes beneath their feet, the battle raging on, but in that moment, they are invincible, fierce, and unyielding. And somewhere, deep within the fabric of their struggle, I know this isn't an ending, no, it's a beginning. A whisper of what's to come, lingering in the shadows like a promise, a dream yet to unfurl. The Metaurus flows on, carrying with it the echoes of their fight, and as the night deepens, I can't help but feel that the heart of history beats on, restless and unrelenting, forever entwined with the souls it has claimed. The air was thick, a smothering blanket of tension, as the first blood-curdling scream sliced through the stillness like a dagger in the night. I remember the horror that gripped the hearts of men as the clash of metal rang out, a symphony of death playing its haunting melody. The Metaurus River cut through the land like a scar, a witness to the chaos unfolding, a silent observer of human folly and bravery intertwined. Shadows danced under a bruised sky, and with every heartbeat, the world seemed to hold its breath. There, amid the cacophony, stood Marcus. His face was a mask of determination, but eyes that told a different story, a whirlwind of fear, love, and regret. He gripped his sword, knuckles as white as his faith was shaky. He was no warrior born, he was a farmer, a father who had kissed his children goodbye, promising to return. But here, faced with the spectre of the dead and the dying, he felt more like a prisoner of fate than a champion of glory. And then there was Livia, a woman of fire and fury, defiance coursing through her veins. She had stood by Marcus' side, thinking she could change their fate with courage alone. Yet, as the battle raged, she felt the weight of his guilt, the loss of their son, snatched away by the very war that now demanded his life. I remember, she whispered into the void, her voice barely audible over the clatter of armor. I remember the day he laughed, the way the sun kissed his golden curls. Her tears mingled with the dirt beneath her, but she stood tall, gripping her dagger like it was the last thread holding her sanity together. The battle unfolded like a terrible dream, a nightmare painted in shades of red. Soldiers fell like autumn leaves, their cries echoing through the canyons of history. The Metaurus would not be remembered for just one triumph, it was a crucible, a fiery trial that forged destinies. As Marcus charged forward, adrenaline coursing through his veins, he felt the ghost of his son beside him, urging him on. "Fight for us," the phantom seemed to say, and each swing of his sword became not just an act of survival, but a desperate plea for redemption. The river, once a gentle flow, transformed into a gory stream, its waters reflecting the barbarity of mankind. I remember the moment when Marcus's blade found its mark, piercing through the enemy's armor, the weight of his actions crashing down on him like the very tide of the river itself. It wasn't victory he felt, but the icy grip of despair. Every life taken was a thread severed from the tapestry of existence, a puzzle missing pieces that could never be found again. Livia fought with a ferocity that belied her delicate frame. She danced through the chaos, each movement fluid, a testament to the warrior she had become. But beneath that warrior facade lay a shattered heart, the ghost of their son constantly whispering in her ear, "Why? Why must you fight?" I remember the moment she faced a soldier across the battlefield, their eyes locking, and in that split second, she saw not an enemy, but a reflection of herself, a mother, a lover, a human caught in the maelstrom of fate. They fought as if the very heavens demanded it, each clash of steel echoing their conflicting emotions. Marcus, spurred on by the need to protect, to avenge, to reclaim what was lost. Livia, driven by the fire of grief, a deep well of sorrow that fueled her rage. They were not just warriors but vessels of humanity's most profound struggles, the eternal conflict between love and duty, between hope and despair. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of blood and sweat, a brutal ballet of survival. I remember the eerie silence that fell when the dust settled, the momentary lull as if the universe paused to reflect on the chaos it had birthed. In that breath, Marcus and Livia found each other, drawn together by the magnetism of shared pain, their gazes locking in a world of horror. It was a moment filled with clarity, where time ceased to exist, and all that mattered was the echo of their hearts. But the illusion shattered as reality came crashing back. The lives lost, the futures destroyed, the haunting spectre of war now etched into their souls. They had survived, but at what cost? The Metaurus River bore witness to their scars, a reminder of the relentless cycle of conflict, ever present and ever hungry. "This is not the end," Marcus murmured, though the weight of those words felt like lead in his mouth. Livia too felt the echoes of this truth. They had fought to live, yet their souls felt tethered to the past. And above them, the stars twinkled like distant memories, indifferent to the chaos below. For every battle waged in the name of honor, there were countless lives caught in the wake, dreams deferred, love extinguished, laughter silenced. What was it all for? The question hung heavy in the air, a ghost that would never fade. In the aftermath, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, Marcus and Livia stood amid the remnants of their struggle, their hearts heavy yet resilient. They had faced the darkness, stared into the abyss of despair, and emerged, albeit scarred. They were warriors, yes, but they were also survivors, entwined in a tale as old as time, a story that would loop endlessly, echoing through the ages. But where does one draw the line between valor and madness? The Metaurus, like so many battles before and after, became a haunting echo of human nature, our relentless pursuit of meaning amid chaos. As night descended upon the battlefield, silence replaced the din of war, but the ghosts of those lost lingered, whispering their tales to the stars. The cycle would continue, new battles would rise, and with them, new hearts would shatter. The river would flow on, a witness to the eternal dance of life and death, love and loss. The sun hung low in the sky, a molten orb bleeding shadows over the battlefield. The air thickened, suffused with the metallic tang of blood and sweat. I remember the dread, an electric buzz that crawled under the skin, a whisper of doom that lurked in the corners of every soldier's mind. I remember the thud of hearts, a chorus of fear and courage that echoed in the chest of Gaius Claudius, a young commander whose grip on his sword trembled like the leaves of a willow in the wind. "Stay focused," he barked, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. He was a boy in a man's armor, navigating the storm of battle, his soul wrestling with the weight of expectations. The shadows closed in, and he could feel their cold embrace, a choking reminder of every loss he had faced. He lifted his chin, daring himself to stand taller, to be the hero that history demanded. But even the fiercest lion feels like a cub when the night is dark and the enemies loom like ghosts. Across the field, a figure stood resolute, Hannibal's finest, the merciless scourge of Rome, whose very name sent shivers down the spines of men. He was brilliant, cunning, every heartbeat of his war machine driving him forward with relentless fury. Yet, I see him now, his eyes not filled with hatred but with a desperate longing. He wasn't just a general, he was a man clinging to dreams turned nightmares. I remember the flicker of doubt in his heart, hidden beneath the armor and bravado, a silent prayer for recognition, for a legacy that would outlive him. "Is it worth it?" he whispered to himself, the wind sweeping his words away, leaving only echoes of irretrievable choices. The gods must have been watching, amused at the folly of men who believe they can draft their destinies. The clash erupted like a violent storm, steel against steel, screams echoing like banshees across the plain. Gaius felt the shudder of sword against shield, the world narrowing to the point of his blade. Fear was a living thing, coiling around him, whispering of doubt, of fleeting moments. He thought of home, of the laughter of children and the warmth of a hearth, everything he was fighting for. Yet, here he was, a pawn on the chessboard of fate, and he could feel the weight of every decision spiraling out of his control. "Hold the line," he cried, but his voice was soon swallowed by the cacophony around him. Then there was Lucius, an old soldier with scars etched into his skin, each telling a tale of survival and loss. He had seen the world turn to ash more times than he could count, and as he trudged forward, he felt the chill of inevitability wrap around his throat. He didn't want this fight. He wanted nothing but a quiet night, a bowl of stew, the laughter of friends. Yet here he was, heart pounding, adrenaline pumping, every step a reminder that death danced just behind him, waiting for a moment of weakness. In the distance, the cries of the wounded filled the air, a haunting discord that twisted the gut. Each sound was a ghostly reminder of what lay ahead, and in Lucius's heart, a primal fear clawed at his chest. He thought of his daughter, her small hand in his, the way she would gaze up at him with hope shining in her eyes. Would she remember him? Would she stand by the pyre, mourning a man who fought for a world that seemed hell-bent on devouring him whole? Then it happened. Time splintered. The world narrowed to a single moment, a heartbeat caught between hope and despair. Gaius charged forward, his heart thundering as he faced the enemy commander, a titan of blood and ambition. Their eyes locked, and in that electric instant, 1,000 unsaid things hung between them: fear, ambition, the weight of legacy. "Why do you fight?" Gaius shouted, but the words were swallowed by the roar of battle. The answer was etched in every scar on his own flesh, a mirror to the other man's soul. And just like that, steel met steel. The clash was fierce, a cacophony of wills and destinies colliding. Each swing of the sword was a dance with death, every parry a flotation with fate. Gaius recalled the stories of his ancestors, of heroes who stood unyielding at the precipice of despair. But this wasn't a story. This was his blood, his sweat, his breath mingling with the dust of the earth. The ground shifted beneath them, soaked in the dreams of the fallen. And as the battle raged on, the faces of comrades blurred into a swirling mass of humanity, each person a flickering candle in the tempest. Lucius fought beside Gaius, his mind a storm of memories, each stroke of his sword a tribute to those he had lost. He fought not just for survival but for the promises made over fires long extinguished, for laughter that echoed in empty halls. But as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, something shifted. The tide turned, the weight of the world pressed down like a boulder, and every breath became a struggle. Bodies fell, and with them, dreams shattered like glass. Gaius glanced at Lucius, their eyes meeting in a moment fraught with understanding. This was not just a battle, it was a reckoning, an echo of all that had come before. And then, like a thunderclap, it ended. Silence fell, thick and suffocating. The battlefield lay strewn with the remnants of shattered lives, the air heavy with the scent of blood and sorrow. Gaius stood among the ruins, the weight of victory sitting like a stone in his chest. He had survived, but at what cost? The echoes of the past wrapped around him, closing in like shadows, taunting him with the things he could never erase. In that stillness, he understood. The legacies of battles are not found in glory or triumph but in the whispered names of the forgotten. The Metaurus would be remembered, yes, but not for the blood spilt or the victory claimed. It would echo as a reminder of the humanity lost amid the clashing wills of men, a reflection of every heartbreak, every sacrifice laid bare against the unforgiving backdrop of time. And as night descended, transforming the battlefield into a haunting graveyard of memories, Gaius and Lucius stood shoulder to shoulder, the weight of what was lost hanging heavily in the air. The world would keep turning, but for them, the battle was far from over. In the silence, they could feel the ghostly touch of those left behind, their legacy woven into the fabric of this world, a legacy that would echo through the ages, haunting their very souls.